Now, some very, very sketchy details reaching us here at Sky Centre. Important enough to bring to you, though, at this early stage. We believe that a plane has crashed into the World Trade Center in New York. That happened within the last few moments. No details at this stage as to what sort of plane it is. It could well be a large plane. We are hearing reports of a 737, not yet confirmed yet, although it is a jet. More as we have it. Let's have a look what CBS News is saying, our colleagues over in America.
Southern tip of Manhattan, you're looking at the World Trade Center. We understand that a plane has crashed into the World Trade Center. We don't know anything more than that. We don't know if it was a commercial aircraft. We don't know if it was a private aircraft. We have no idea how many were on board or what the extent of the injuries are right now. We have, I understand, an eyewitness on the phone right now. Sir, good morning. This is Bryant Gumbel. Could you give us your name?
Yeah, my name is Stuart.
Stuart, where are you right now?
I'm working at a restaurant in Soho.
All right, so tell us what you saw, if you would.
I was waiting at a table and I literally saw it seemed to be like a small plane. I just heard a couple noises. It looked like it bounced off the building, and then I just saw a huge ball of fire on top. And then the smoke seemed to simmer down. And it just, a lot of smoke was coming out, and that's pretty much the extent of what I saw.
A private aircraft?
One or two problems with our connection to New York, but you can see for yourself one of the twin towers at the World Trade Center. Copious amounts of smoke coming from the top of that building. These pictures live from our colleagues at CBS in New York. We heard there from one eyewitness who was close to the scene when the accident happened. He said that a plane, he described it as a small plane, hit the top of one of those towers. 107 floors high they are. He said it burst into a ball of flame, and that obviously has now subsequently died down somewhat, and we can see the billowing smoke coming from the top of one of those twin towers at the World Trade Center. As I was saying, 107 floors high. No confirmation at this stage as to what sort of aircraft it may have been that has hit these twin towers. First reports suggested it could well have been an aircraft that was carrying many dozens of people. Other reports say a much smaller aircraft. No further confirmation at this stage. I'm not sure if we can return to our colleagues in New York. We can't just at this moment. We're hoping to hear from our colleagues in our Washington bureau very shortly. We can also stay with these pictures perhaps and hear from our colleagues at Fox News in New York.
That is it.
A live picture. As you can see, Edie, this is different. This is a different perspective than we saw earlier. The plane obviously went in on one side and came out the other. There's debris all over the ground down below.
On part.
Exactly. And as you can see, it affects perhaps 10 floors of the World Trade Center building. It is over 100 stories tall. It is the tallest structure in New York City. It is near the flight path for Newark. Right.
And many times, whenever people for Newark, Kennedy, or LaGuardia, when those planes are put into rotation as they're waiting for landing, they circle around this area, which is right near the Statue of Liberty. It is almost 9 o'clock here on the East Coast, and let me tell you, folks are in that building early, and without a doubt, there are many people who were impacted by this.
It's speculated that the plane is as big as a 737. It looked originally like it just hit 3 floors. As I see from this angle, it seems like more than 3 floors, and perhaps what's most disturbing, Edie, I think, is the time of day. This time of morning is when people pour into that building, and it's usually next to full.
Well, you got to also remember, this is near the financial district on the tip of Manhattan. There are so many people at this hour who are in that neighborhood. And aside from the people who are in the building, remember, this is a huge structure, 10.5 million square feet the World Trade Centers take up. And as you can see, for perspective, there goes a helicopter right by it. And it obviously impacted one side and wound up affecting perhaps the other side. We do know there is debris all over the floor, down the pavement down below, and crews are, they've got all the police and the fire department and the emergency technicians are headed to that area. This is horrible.
And also, when you think about what happened to the World Trade Center before, with the bombing there and the chaos that surrounded it, this is a much different challenge,
right,
just as grave.
And also, from one of our perspectives, we can see that not only are there gaping holes, but debris continues to fall down below at this hour. As you can see, this is a story of enormous magnitude.
Oh, my gosh.
And we will have all the latest right here on Fox News. Right now, let's hand it over to John Scott. John.
All right, Steve Ducey, thanks very much. We will continue to keep an eye on this developing story. All we can do is stare aghast at these pictures at this point. You are looking at the north building of the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in Manhattan. These are coming to you live now. Debris raining down from 110 floors up, the uppermost floor, 110 floors up. There are reports that a twin-engine plane slammed into the side of the World Trade Center. Now, something like this has happened before. Back in World War II, an Army bomber lost in the fog slammed into the upper floors of the Empire State Building. The crew of that plane was killed, but that was an accident. It happened in fog. As you can see, this is a clear blue sky day in Manhattan. If this was an accident, it would be a needle in a haystack kind of accident. One has to believe that this was deliberate, although, as we are just looking at these pictures, the investigation is not even beginning yet. They are right now trying to get the injured people evacuated from those upper floors. But you can imagine this is a chaotic scene. Remember the bombing back in 1989 of the World Trade Center. That was in a more or less subterranean garage. That was an attempt, again, we're talking about 1989 now, that was an attempt to bring down the building by knocking out the support pillars. What was intended here is anyone's guess at this point. It may have been simply a suicidal pilot who wanted to make a point. We don't know. But you can see that the upper floors of the North Tower of the World Trade Center, once the tallest building in the world, very much involved in smoke and flame after a report of a plane crashing into the side of the building. We have on the phone with us Dr. Vernon Gross. He's a former investigator with the National Transportation Safety Board. Dr. Gross, have you ever seen anything like this?
Well, I haven't, but I'm old enough to remember the B-25 crashing into the Empire State Building, you know, in World War II.
That, as we've said, was a fog. That was an accident, wasn't it? Fog obscured the pilot's vision?
Yes, it was definitely an accident.
Can you think of any reason for a pilot to slam into a building of this height on a day like today if it wasn't intentional?
Well, it could have been some inattention. I wouldn't rule that out. In other words, he might have had difficulty, might have had engine failure, he might have been with his head down in the cockpit instead of looking where he was going. And it depends also on the angle of the sun, for example. Was he flying east when he hit? I don't know because I can't see the pictures.
Even for light planes, there is a traffic way up the Hudson River not very far from these buildings, isn't there?
Oh, yes. The buildings are close to the river. And furthermore, if you've got three major airports in the area, LaGuardia, Newark, and JFK, and it's the busiest air corridor in the world from that point of view. So he could have been confused.
And there are some height limitations. In other words, the planes that fly by there, I'm talking about personal aircraft, light aircraft, and even some, I guess, commercial aircraft. I know that I've returned to the city from time to time and come in at a height about level with the top of the building there.
Well, certainly, and you have a lot of helicopter operations in that area down at that low altitude.
So is it in your view, this could have been an accident? We're not necessarily talking about a deliberate act here.
I wouldn't think so immediately at all. You've got to find out why he crashed, and obviously if it's a deliberate terrorist act, then there'll be a message probably from somebody taking credit for it. But right now it sounds as though the early morning sun, we've had drivers and in cars get blinded, you know, by the sun. You could have aircraft trouble. So he could be distracted. There's a number of reasons why the aircraft might hit the building.
Eyewitnesses are saying it was a small commuter plane.
You're just joining us here at Sky Centre.
Again,
you can see these pictures live from our colleagues
in
in New York. A plane has hit the side of one of the twin towers at the World Trade Center in New York. It happened on a clear day. We believe from our colleagues that many hundreds of people will already have been inside that building. It's just on the tip of the financial district of New York, the very tip of Manhattan. We believe that it's affected something like 10 stories. Eyewitnesses say they saw a fireball during the impact, as you can see now, clouds and smoke billowing from the top of that building, 110 stories high. And as you can see, I don't know if you just saw the plane flying.
There's another explosion. Another plane.
We just saw a plane flying by, waiting for it to come out of the other side of that building, and it didn't. Let's listen to our colleagues from New York.
To the second tower. This has to be deliberate, folks.
Well, that would begin to say that, yeah.
We just saw on live television as a second plane flew into the second tower of the World Trade Center. Now, given what has been going on around the world, some of the key suspects come to mind: Osama bin Laden. Who knows what? Eric Shawn is with us. Eric, I know you have a lot of sources at the FBI and other agencies like that. What can you tell us?
Well, first, I apologize for being out of breath because I was walking down Fifth Avenue, which is close to our studios, and I heard a jet, perhaps a 737 or a small Airbus, flying low, unusually low over Fifth Avenue, making a right. I'm not going to say that I don't know. I don't have any reports on what type of plane hit the World Trade Center, but people looked up and it made a right toward the building. John, what we just saw, though, obviously, if that indeed was a second aircraft that hit the southern tower of the World Trade Center, that obviously raises the specter of an intentional terrorist attack here, if that is indeed what we are looking at. I don't know what the reports say.
You're watching Sky News. Just a couple of moments ago, I was telling you about a plane that had collided with one of the twin towers at the World Trade Center in New York not very long ago. We were looking at these pictures live from our colleagues in New York. As I was speaking to you, this happened. We waited for the plane to come out of the other side, and it slammed into the second tower. We are hearing from our colleagues in New York that they fear that this is a terrorist attack. No confirmation at this stage, but as we spoke to you live here on Sky News just a couple of moments ago, we witnessed the second tower at the World Trade Center burst into flames after a second aircraft slammed into that tower. Many hundreds of people will be in those buildings at this time of day. It's part of the financial district of New York. It's at the very tip of Manhattan. Let's have a look at those pictures for you again in just a moment. You can see all of the smoke now billowing from the top of those two buildings. This is what happened just a moment ago. You can see the plane in the distance, and that is what happened. Emma Hurd, our reporter, is in Washington. Emma, tell us more.
Well, it's a changing story, as you said, Kay. First of all, it seemed that this was a tragic and almost spectacular accident seen from all over Manhattan, heard by many people heading into work in that area this morning. But now, as we watch that second plane, it seemed head directly towards the second tower. It does seem that this is turning into a very deliberately planned and very, very damaging terrorist attack. Now, obviously, the suspects at this stage aren't known, but there have been many security alerts from American citizens around the world in the past few months, and the target of those alerts is said to come from Osama bin Laden. Certainly, I think that is where people will be looking this morning. The World Trade Center, as you know, was was hit by a bombing in 1993. So once again, this very prominent building, it really is a target, I suppose, for terrorists. But since that bombing, it has been one of the most secure buildings in the world. Certainly to get in there, Kay, you have to go through a series of security checks and screenings. All your luggage, all your baggage has to go through screenings to get to the top, to the tourist place. So it is very strict security, but you can't guard against attacks like this one.
Emma, at this time of the morning, we can only but understand that the area would be quite busy. There would have been people in those buildings, and we're talking about quite a large workforce as well.
Certainly. This is down near the Battery Park area of New York. For those people who don't know, this is the area that you see of those spectacular pictures when you look over the water towards New York. The Statue of Liberty is there, and that is where the World Trade Center is. This is the business part of New York. This is where people will be heading in probably early in the morning. Many, many people have their offices in the World Trade Center. It's a vast building. This seems to be around 100 stories up, as we're talking about, so affecting many, many people, affecting those presumably further down as well. You can only imagine the noise and the concern for them. And certainly people have seen this from all over Manhattan Island. Eyewitnesses have been saying that they just saw a flash. Some people say they heard a sonic boom and just really thought that it was another bomb. But now the news is emerging that it was not one plane crash, but it appears that two have now hit the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center.
Emma, tell us what will be happening below those two buildings. Whereabouts are they geographically? You were telling us a little bit about them being near the Statue of Liberty, etc. But what's underneath? I mean, will lots of people be walking to work at this time, all of that burning debris falling down onto them?
That will be exactly the problem. I mean, at this time in the morning, you would have thought it's sort of peak rush hour. If you walk around the tip of this area, this is very near to the Wall Street business zone of New York. This is where people head into work around this time. They get into the office early. And certainly this is where things like the Staten Island Ferry, which brings people to New York from outlying areas, docks just near this area. So you would have thought that thousands of people would be walking around, so certainly debris would be a problem, and also the problem also for the emergency teams getting there. New York is notorious for its traffic jams, and certainly during the busy rush hour it would be hard for them to get through that traffic.
Emma, just bear with us for a second. Viewers obviously switching our way all the time here on Sky News with the very latest information from what's happening in New York. Let me remind colleagues who are just joining us that just a couple of minutes ago I was telling viewers that a plane had collided with one of the Twin Towers at the World Trade Center in New York. As I was explaining what had happened, we saw the silhouette of another plane in the sky as we were talking, and then this happened. You can see it to the left of your screen there. And it hit one side of the World Trade Center tower and came straight through that building, damaging probably 10 or 12 floors. It will be absolutely packed with people at this time of the day. Let's hear what the CBS helicopter pilot in the area is saying. He was telling us a couple of moments ago about the absolute confusion in that area.
Two pilots want to take their planes anywhere. You know, it's a free country. And we don't have anti-aircraft guns on our skyscrapers. I mean, it takes a matter of seconds, literally, for a jetliner to get from Newark Airport to the World Trade Center. A jetliner at full speed could cover that distance in a minute or two. So a couple of pilots bent on destruction, and clearly these could do something like this. Now, again, folks, we have to remind you, 50,000 people work in these buildings each and every day. It happened right at 9 a.m. A good number of those folks were already at their desks. The death toll is certainly going to be tremendous in this tragedy here, and that's all that we can say about it. It is a tragedy. It is abhorrent. It is disgusting. But
John, you have to. I'm, wondering: are these pilots terrorists themselves? Are there terrorists in the cockpit who are holding guns to a pilot's head? Did they
I can't imagine.
You can speculate completely about how this happens, because obviously it takes a lot of training and expertise to fly a complicated, sophisticated aircraft, whether it's a Boeing 737 or a smaller Airbus. These are not little Cessnas and little Pipers. So there is you have to wonder and raise what possibility there is with the type of scenario that was going on in the cockpit.
All right,
whether they are whether it's the pilots or if they're hijackers intentionally doing this.
A lot of questions still to be answered. Let's listen in again to Kai Simonson from the Fox 5 chopper.
The fire department and emergency services can handle both in that confined space without a tremendous death toll.
No matter how much you set in place, how much you try to prepare for, until it actually happens, it's just not the same thing.
Again, you're looking at a live picture of the World Trade Center, where shortly before 9 o'clock this morning, and then shortly after 9 o'clock, planes apparently deliberately crashed into the buildings. Alani DeVito, are you there? Alani DeVito, are you there? I understand we have another eyewitness to this catastrophe. Lonnie DeVito, are you there? Apparently, we lost Lonnie, but again...
This may be confusing to some people, because in a sense it is a little confusing to me. We, every now and then, see what looks like, I don't know if it's the bottom of a chopper that is swinging back and forth.
That would be our...
That is ours.
That would be the rotors from our chopper every once in a while.
Hey, Jim.
That's right. Lonnie DeVito, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Lonnie. Thank you. This is Jim Ryan in the studio. Can you tell us what you heard and saw when the blast took place?
Right now, I was actually talking to my brother on the phone about what happened. I was on my roof, and I saw something from where I am. I really can't see what it is. I saw something go into the other building, because from where I am, I could see the World Trade Center. I run downstairs, and I see on the news that it looks like another fighter jet is what it looks like. And from my house, I can see all the smoke that's into Dyker Heights. I can see all of that. It's ridiculous. I can't believe all of this is happening, honestly.
You say you're in Dyker Heights, Lonnie?
Yes.
Okay. And could you hear the blast from where you were?
No, I couldn't hear the blast, but I saw something, and it didn't look pretty. Exactly how I can't explain it in any other way. I'm in shock right now.
All right, you are looking at live pictures, folks. This is coming to you from the southern end of Manhattan, the World Trade Center, both towers in flames, apparently hit by two separate jetliners. The FBI is now checking out reports of a hijacking just before this terrible, terrible incident occurred. It happened, the first one was hit just before 9 this morning. The second one hit a couple of minutes after 9. John Hires is an eyewitness to all of this, is on the phone with us. John, what did you see? John Hires. John, are you with us?
Hi, that's Sean.
All right, we lost John Hires. We have another view now of that plane slamming into the second building. Look at it. It's coming in from the side, coming low, hitting the building about in the middle. Folks, you see the pictures. It looks like Hollywood, but this is real. The reports are, again, these are very unconfirmed. We're trying to be responsible with what we bring you here. But the reports of a hijacking of a plane coming into the FBI.
You're watching Sky News, it's 2:15. These are the latest pictures coming in from the United States. As you can see, two fires, two infernos burning at the World Trade Center. Both towers have been hit by a plane within the last hour. One of the towers was hit around an hour and a half ago, and then as we were live on air, we saw another plane, a twin-engine plane, hit the second tower. Eyewitnesses described it as a twin-engine plane. You can just see it to the left of your screen there. Other eyewitnesses have described it as a 737, which is the most advanced single-aisle airplane on the market today. It's Boeing's new generation of planes. It's hard to tell from the pictures we've seen so far whether it was a 737. If it was, it could be well carrying over 156 passengers on board. it's looking very likely that it could be a terrorist attack. And on the line now, we do have Chris Yates, who is a terrorism and aviation expert. Chris, thank you for joining us on the line. I'm sure you've been seeing the pictures with us. What do you make of this?
This has got to be one of the most horrendous terrorist attacks, if indeed it is a terrorist attack. I can't see it being anything other, quite frankly, that perhaps has ever been perpetrated. It seems likely from your reports thus far that there has been a hijacking, and if that's the case, then clearly we are looking at one of the most audacious terrorist attacks of modern times.
Now, as I was saying earlier, eyewitnesses have described it as a twin-engine plane. That's exactly what a 737 is. How easy, or not easy as the case may be, would it be to get a plane into that area that low?
Fairly easy. One has to remember that in that area of New York there are 3 airports surrounding the World Trade Center. There's LaGuardia, there's John F. Kennedy International Airport, and of course there's another one due south of
Newark Airport.
Airport, due south of New York, and therefore it will be very easy to hijack. Depending on the security steps in place at those airports, it's very easy to hijack an aircraft and fly it low level over Manhattan and straight into those 2 twin towers.
At what speeds can planes like 737s fly? Because it did look like one of the planes that we saw earlier was flying at some speed, but at a very direct route. It seemed to know where it was going.
It could have been flying, if it had just taken off, say, if the aircraft had been hijacked from one of the 3 airports we discussed just a few moments ago, then conceivably it could have been flying at 200 to 300 knots per hour. That is not its cruising speed, of course, but it seems likely that if the aircraft has taken off from one of those 3 airports, then that is the speed it would have been going at. Certainly, I think if it had been coming from anywhere else, it would have been at a higher altitude. Certainly, air traffic control would have challenged the aircraft as it was approaching the area where it's flown into the Twin Towers. And certainly, those Twin Towers have navigation beacons on the top of them to warn aircraft away. So clearly, air traffic control would have been monitoring this, and they would have attempted to warn the pilots if at all possible.
We're talking of a time when America is involved in a lot of international affairs. Without speculating too much, what kind of terrorists could we be talking about here if it is confirmed as a terrorist attack?
If it is confirmed as a terrorist attack, then there are any number of possibilities, quite frankly. You know, if you look at the scenario in the Middle East, various Palestinian groups have a vendetta out against American interference, as they call it, in what is happening in Israel. We haven't, of course, to leave out Osama bin Laden and his group of terrorists from this. Osama bin Laden is identified by the U.S. State Department as one of the terrorists that is most wanted. Indeed, I rather feel that the FBI, in its 10 most wanted list, identifies Osama bin Laden as one of the people to bring to trial for...
Chris, we just want to leave it there just for a moment because we are receiving some new information here at Sky News Centre. Kay.
You're watching us here at Sky News. You're witnessing probably one of the worst terrorist attacks in history, and it's happened live on air. Before and after 9 o'clock this morning, 2 planes deliberately slammed into the World Trade Center Twin Towers in New York, 18 minutes apart. The devastation will be enormous. The loss of life will be immense. The southern side of each tower has been hit. 2 United Airlines planes, we believe, have been hijacked. That was one of them. It hit the southern side of that second tower just after 9 o'clock this morning. We believe that there were people aboard that plane. It had been hijacked. There were people aboard the other plane, which had also been hijacked, we believe. People in those twin towers. It was 9 o'clock in the morning. It's the financial district of New York. The loss of life will be immense. President Bush, we believe, will be speaking very soon about this incident. We'll pause for a moment. David Learmount is on the line for us now. David, unbelievable.
There's no question about it. This was 100% deliberate. Early speculation I heard on some of the channels that the pilots didn't know where they were going because they needed navigation. That's absolute rubbish. These pilots knew exactly what they were doing because it doesn't matter how automated airplanes are. Airplanes still have windscreens. The pilots are looking out the window. The visibility is absolutely superb. Those pilots knew exactly what they were going to do and exactly what they were letting themselves in for.
But it could have been pilots who had a gun to their head.
I don't think that even a pilot with a gun to his head would have done that. I suspect that somebody, the pilot was probably got out of the seat and somebody replaced him. It looks as if this has been a very, very well planned operation indeed. The mere fact that we had two separate aircraft hijacked simultaneously gives an indication of just exactly how well planned this is.
We believe that perhaps these two airlines have been hijacked. No confirmation at this stage. United Airlines planes, we believe, could well have been full of people. But looking at that devastation of those two buildings, David, I mean, the loss of life, not just on the planes, is going to be immense, isn't it?
Oh, I think it's bound to be. I mean, this is something which looks horrifyingly reminiscent of towering inferno. I mean, I'm just not believing what I'm seeing at the moment, and I think many people out there who are watching this feel exactly the same way. The number of people, we've got a whole load of professional journalists in my newsroom surrounding me at the moment, people who have seen, and been obviously watching in a very professional way the results of aviation accidents before. Everybody here is just, has just never seen or heard of anything remotely like this before.
David, we just saw the pictures there. I don't know if you can actually see our transmission as we speak to you, but I was commentating on the fact that one of these twin towers was in flames after a plane had hit it.
Yes.
We didn't know at that stage what had happened. And then, live on air, we saw the second plane approaching the tower there.
Yes, absolutely. This is why I say this is no accident. I mean, this is 100% deliberate, and if everything that we fear is borne out, that this is a terrorist attack, then this is one of the most brilliantly militarily coordinated terrorist attacks that the world has ever seen.
It looks, David, from the pictures, as if the plane went straight through the building.
I think that, I mean, it looks very much like a Boeing 737, which is a type of aircraft which carries about, this is the one which we actually saw on screen, which is an aircraft carries between 120 and 150 passengers. It weighs something in the region of 70 tons. It looked as if it was going at something like 250 to 300 miles an hour. If you have 70 tons going at that speed with a whole lot of fuel on board, which is what caused the explosion that we saw, then I have fears at the moment for how that structure is going to stay together. I don't think we've seen it all yet.
You're suggesting, with the information that you have and what you've seen, obviously you're not there at the time, David, but you are anxious about the structure.
I am anxious about the structure. I am. I remain so. The fire is still going. I think that structure is in grave danger, and anybody in the vicinity of that building should get out of the way now.
How could two aircraft get so close and then smash into the side of those buildings, David?
That's extremely easy. If the aircraft were under air traffic control, and then suddenly they were acting in a normal way, if they were normal approaches to one of the New York airports or departures from the New York airports at that time, the air traffic controller can, as in the usual way, gives the pilots instructions as to what they have to do to stay clear of other aircraft. And the pilots normally, of course, and quite naturally, would obey those instructions. However, if any pilot wishes just blatantly to disobey and to do what the pilot wishes, then that can happen. I mean, it's not as if the air traffic controllers have the military at their disposal to guide aircraft away, shoot them down, or anything like this. The air traffic controllers actually the whole system relies upon the cooperation of the pilots. If pilots have got something sinister in mind, then they're going to be able to carry it out, especially if all they have to do is alter course for about 1 minute.
David, we've been told just within the last couple of moments that the Prime Minister is aware of the situation. We believe he's monitoring our pictures. I suppose going through his mind could be the fact that it could happen anywhere.
Yes, indeed. I mean, this could happen anywhere. The United States, obviously, being such a high profile, such a powerful nation with such influence in so many different parts of the world, it's almost, it's clearly, one of the prime world targets. Specialist groups would obviously have an interest in other countries like Israel, for example, but let's just hope that the security services around the world, the aviation security services, that is, airport and airline security services, will heighten their awareness that terrorism appears to be going into a completely new area now.
For now, David, we appreciate you joining us here on Sky News. Thank you very much indeed.
Let us just remind you at home, the pictures that you're seeing, 2 planes have crashed into the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in New York in what may have been a terrorist attack. Smoke and flames are pouring into the air still as we speak. 50,000 people work in the buildings. Many of them were arriving for work at around 9 o'clock this morning, New York time. There's no information yet about injuries or fatalities. At first it was thought to have been a tragic accident, but 18 minutes later another plane slammed into the second of the 110-storey towers. One unconfirmed report suggests an airliner had been hijacked. United Airlines. Eyewitnesses reported seeing huge fireballs bursting out of the towers after the impact. Of course, the centre was the target for bombers in 1993. Security inside the building is very tight, but nothing could predict today's events. It's already been described by terrorist experts here on Sky News as the worst terrorist attack in history, and perhaps one of the most organised as well. We're going to go to Fox News now, where we can hopefully hear from President George Bush.
Airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country. I have spoken to the Vice President, to the Governor of New York, to the Director of the FBI, and have ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families, and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and to find those folks who committed this act. Terrorism against our nation will not stand. And now, if you join me in a moment of silence. May God bless the victims, their families, and America. Thank you very much.
A clearly shocked President George Bush there, addressing the nation just moments after this terrorist attack was carried out. We are receiving information now on those injured and those killed. The huge explosions caused by the 2 aircrafts may have killed at least 6 people now, but we're sure that figure will rise as the afternoon continues. And television stations in America are saying that at least 1,000 people have been injured. The entire New York police and ambulance and fire rescue service are at the scene. Neighbouring buildings are being evacuated. The area has been completely closed down and evacuated. And it's hardly surprising that also the stock market has been closed today there as well. You're seeing the pictures there earlier of the second plane which crashed into one of the Twin Towers.
I just want to read you briefly some information that we're receiving from the Reuters news agency, just to give you these pictures are very clinical, very sterile at the moment. We're obviously bringing you as much information we can at this stage, but we can tell you that a member of the FBI told the Associated Press that it was foul play. Someone has telephoned the offices on a trading floor at that building near the top of the World Trade Center. Someone who picked up the phone said helpers were dying. And then moments later, the second tower also burst into flames after another jumbo jet slammed into the southern side of the building. There was lots of screaming and yelling heard in the background. There was a follow-up call to that office, and that call wasn't answered. 50,000 people work in those two buildings. The jumbos would have been carrying up to 150 passengers each. We believe that they are United Airlines planes that have been hijacked. On the line now is Tom Reed from the Washington Post. Tom?
Good morning.
Tom, tell us more.
More? I don't know anymore, but it's horrendous. It's out of some horror movie. The only thing you can suspect as an American is, this very building was bombed before, and we convicted some followers of Osama bin Laden for doing it. He's declared war on America, and this seems to be his way to fight war, is to kill innocent people. So maybe that's who's responsible. We don't know.
Do you know anything about the scene at the moment? I just recounted to our viewers a telephone call that was made to one of the offices in that building, and other news agencies are telling us about the sheer panic below. What information are you getting?
The information I'm getting, I'm watching Sky News. That's the information I'm getting. So, nothing. It's 9 o'clock in the morning there. This is the only good news I can see about the thing. Maybe people weren't at work yet. It's the hope. My bosses are not at work yet at the Washington Post. I'm sure they're scurrying in now, but this is too early for people to be at work in America. So,
tell us about the geography of that place. Where is the World Trade Center in relation to the rest of what we would know in New York?
Well, our city, that is the financial district of New York, is where this is. It's at the very southern tip of Manhattan Island, quite near the Statue of Liberty. These two buildings were for a while the tallest buildings in the world. They're definitely the tallest buildings on the U.S. East Coast. And most of the people working down there are in the financial industry. They're bankers and traders and brokers. And these are two quite prestigious buildings, so it's probably going to be the occupants of those high floors are going to be big, rich investment banks and brokerage houses. That's the problem, because those people do go to work early in the morning, so maybe they were there.
Thanks, Vinay.
Sure.
Just one bit of information that I'm just receiving. I'll update the viewers. We believe that one of the planes, as I said, it was probably hijacked, both of these aircraft, before they slammed into the side of these two towers at the World Trade Center. We believe one of them was an American Airlines Boeing 767 that had been taken from Boston Airport. No more information than that at this stage.
Well, the two airliners, as we were saying earlier, have crashed into the Twin Towers in Manhattan in New York. On the line now is Kenneth Holmes, an aviation protection consultant. Kenneth, the question we have to ask today is how on earth could these terrorists get access to these Boeing 767s and fly and force the pilots to fly into these Twin Towers?
Well, to be frank, I'm dumbfounded. There is no doubt that the screening systems in the U.S. airports are quite good, and it's amazing that anyone should be able to get through these screening systems with any weapons. On the other hand, of course, you don't need weapons to take over the control of a cockpit of an aircraft. And if they used force and demanded that the captains of the aircraft should fly into these towers, there's very little one could do, although pilots, of course, would resist at the utmost.
Would a pilot do that, though, with a gun to his head? Would he really fly a plane into a tower?
No, I doubt it. I would think that probably if this appear to be terrorist acts, they probably would have been pilots themselves and been able to take over command of the aircraft from the pilot.
Now, security has been stepped up in all airports across the world, but particularly in America right now. Is there anything more that you feel should have been done to stop a terrorist attack?
Well, it's very difficult. I must tell you that, in fact, the screening at the airports in Europe is of a higher standard than that in the United States. And the United States insist on very high standards of screening from Europe into the United States, but coming out, it is not quite so stringent. I think the security standards should have been raised considerably, particularly when there are terrorists like Osama bin Laden who are determined to carry out acts against the United States.
Now, before we knew this was a terrorist attack, and we still have to say it hasn't been confirmed, but the FBI is now saying this is not foul play. We're talking about a very busy area, planes approaching the 3 major international airports of New York. Could this incident have been actually any worse?
I doubt it. The only way it could have really been any worse if the pilots had flown or at least whoever had flown the aircraft, had flown in to lower down the tower blocks, because, of course, there are many floors there with offices on, and there must be, if there are workers in the building, those workers must be trapped in the building. With so much smoke, there'll be smoke inhalation and a lot of deaths.
Kenneth Holmes, aviation protection consultant, thank you very much for talking to us this afternoon. You're watching Sky News. It's 2:38. 2 planes have crashed in a suspected terrorist attack into the World Trade Center in New York. The second plane crashed into the second tower just 18 minutes after the first crash. Live pictures here on Sky News. You can see that second plane crashing into the second tower just a few minutes after the first explosion. We now know that it was a Boeing 767. One of the planes was an American Airlines Boeing 767, which had taken off from Boston. It's believed that both planes had been hijacked with terrorists with passengers on board.
Chris, we're just hearing that the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine has apparently claimed responsibility for this attack on the Twin Towers at the World Trade Center in New York. That, according to Abu Dhabi Television. On the line now is Philip Baum, the editor of the Aviation Security International magazine. Hello to you.
Hello, good afternoon.
How could this possibly have happened?
Well, there are going to be, it's an easy question to ask, but a very, very difficult question to answer. And certainly there's going to be a lot of investigations taking place in the near future, and it's going to go on for many months to come. Seemingly, people have managed to hijack commercial airliners and carry out what is probably the worst type of attack feasible. And certainly when one talks about aviation security, we're normally talking about a simple, if one can call it that, a simple hijacking where one normally takes an aircraft to another airfield or carries out an act of sabotage on board an aircraft. This is, of course, a combination of the two, and who knows what the death toll is going to ultimately be. But it's
Let me just interrupt you for 1 second. I'm so sorry. I just have to bring our viewers right up to date. No confirmation at this stage, but we believe there has been a third hijack of a jumbo jet. We also believe, though again not confirmed, but there are reports of an explosion at the Pentagon. No confirmation of that at this stage, but reports of an explosion at the Pentagon. This is almost surreal, isn't it?
An absolutely horrific day in world history. There have certainly been in the past various plots to blow up a number of airliners on a single day. If you go back in time, there was a plot called the Bojinga plot, that was concocted in the Far East, in the Philippines, whereby 11 or possibly more aircraft were to be blown up on a single day. But this is, this is now reality. This is 2 or possibly more aircraft being hijacked and flown into densely populated areas, killing hundreds, if not thousands, of people. It's possibly no surprise that this has come in the week after the United Nations conference in Durban, where the United States showed support for Israel by, in fact, walking out of the conference at one stage, and at the end of a year of suicide bombings taking place in Israel itself.
What could somebody like air traffic control have done to try to prevent this from happening?
Well, there's very little that air traffic can do at all. If somebody actually manages to gain access to a cockpit and manages to gain control of an aircraft controls, then there's very little that anybody can do. Our aim has got to be to keep these people off, keep such people off these aircraft, and certainly American carriers in general, and keep their cockpit doors closed. But of course, somebody pulls out a weapon on board a passenger jet and demands that a flight attendant take them into the cockpit. One can only hold back for so long.
Would a pilot of a jumbo jet have been at the controls, do you think, when it slammed into these 2 buildings, even with a gun at his head?
Well, I'm sure that any pilot would have taken any steps to try to avoid crashing their aircraft into a densely populated area, and especially somewhere, like the World Trade Center in Manhattan. They will always, as a last act, try to crash their aircraft into the sea, and there's certainly water not very far away from Manhattan. I doubt very much that they had any ability whatsoever to control the destiny of that flight or those flights.
We're just hearing, we'll just look at these pictures. This happened live on Sky News just after 9 o'clock American time, which would have been just after 2 o'clock London time. We were talking about one of the other towers that had already been hit by a 767. Confusion as to whether it had actually happened by accident or whether it had been a terrorist attack. As I was speaking to viewers and explaining the incident to them and the sketchy information that we had.
That's the Pentagon. That's a shot across the Secretarial building to the side of the White House in Washington, D.C. The smoke appears to be looking southeast across the Potomac River. In the distance, you'll be looking towards the Pentagon building, the center of defense and military power for the United States, and that smoke is rising up from that direction. We have certainly heard reports that another plane had been hijacked, a 3rd plane in all, we now understand, and that there had been an explosion at the Pentagon. We're informed by our colleagues in the United States that this is smoke rising from the Pentagon. Just in the foreground to the left, below those trees, is the White House itself, and the latest report is that the White House has been evacuated. I think you can hear the... that's a still frame. That's actually moving pictures of the smoke rising from the Pentagon. You can see the shape of the Pentagon just down in the foreground, in the mid-foreground of the picture there, the long sides of the Pentagon. The latest now is that the Palestinians have denied responsibility for today's incidents. A short time ago, in fact, about 7 minutes ago, the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine were apparently claiming responsibility. We heard that through sources in the media in the Dubai. That's now being rejected by the Palestinians themselves, presumably the Palestinian Authority. These pictures then of the Pentagon itself. This is the very heart of military power in the United States, the headquarters of all its defense and military operations, both internally and externally. Appears that some part of the Pentagon has been hit. It's a bit difficult for me to tell you from here, but I think the top left of the picture I can see the Potomac River. And just behind the smoke would be the National Airport in Washington, D.C. itself, although this is on the far side of the river from the White House. I think this has been hit on the west side, the Virginia side. This is much closer pictures, Kay, and you can see helicopters overhead, presumably police helicopters, just trying to assess the damage. Of course, the Pentagon is a massive building spread over many hundreds of acres and housing thousands of defense and civilian parts. We hear that the U.S. Treasury building, which is just about 100 yards to the east of the White House on Pennsylvania Avenue, that's back across in the main part of Washington, D.C., that is now being evacuated as well. Now, whether these are just safety precautions being taken by the administration of Mr. Bush, but just a reminder that President George W. Bush himself is currently in Florida, not in residence at the White House, but it sounds as if defense and security officials in Washington have suggested an evacuation of the main centers of government in Washington, D.C. They may, of course, have had some sort of warning. We don't know that for sure yet.
Indeed not. You're watching Sky News. These are live pictures from the other side of the Atlantic. They are, as they seem, Washington and New York. Major buildings in both of those major cities have been hit by terrorists within the last hour. President Bush is not in the Capitol. He's promised a full-scale investigation, though, to hunt down and find those folks, as he put it, who committed this act. Terrorism against our nation will not stand. Casualties are expected to run into many, many thousands of people.
Let's take you across to Jerusalem. Our Middle East correspondent Andrew Wilson is standing by there. Andrew, we've heard alleged claims of responsibility from an organisation called the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine, that later then denied by the Palestinians. Are you any the wiser as to the thoughts of those in the Middle East and intelligence from your region?
None the wiser as to any facts they may have assessed at the moment, Jeremy, but I have to say we have to use what we know about groups like the DFLP and indeed the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, the PFLP, which have both been active in this region over the past few months in attacks against Israeli forces and indeed Israeli civilian targets as well. But I think when I heard this announcement on Abu Dhabi television that a DFLP spokesman or someone claiming to be that had phoned in to claim responsibility for the two plane crashings into the World Trade Center, I was skeptical, to say the least, because it really does seem, one, something that's beyond the capabilities at the moment of the existing DFLP. It's a fairly small political organization now, and two, it's not quite their style to go suddenly from attacks against Israeli military, which are their main targets at the moment, to something as large as this in Washington and New York. It simply doesn't add up, because they are one of the extremist groups, it has to be said, but nevertheless they have accepted the existence of an Israeli state. They have been in talks with Yasser Arafat and the Palestinian Authority and come to some kind of understanding of Israel's presence in the Middle East. Given that, this is the kind of activity in the United States that you would expect from an extremist group, if indeed it is one coming from the Middle East, with a complete denial of Israel's right to exist as a state and a far sharper axe to grind, I think, against the United States. So it may well be Middle East linked. That's always the quickest reaction, as you remember from the Oklahoma bombing of the American authorities, is that this comes from the Middle East. Remains to be seen if that's going to turn out to be true, but I think we might be pitching a bit further afield than a fairly small Palestinian extremist group.
There are reports that the third plane has crashed at the Pentagon. We're also hearing that all flights have been grounded in the United States, and bear in mind there are thousands on thousands of flights from hundreds of airports around the United States. So the effect of these incidents has been already to create, no doubt, transport chaos from coast to coast across the United States. We also now can confirm that the White House has been evacuated, the neighboring Treasury building, Capitol Hill, which of course is the centre, if you like, of Parliament in the United States, where both the Senate and the House of Representatives sit. The Sears Tower in Chicago, another huge landmark, one of the tallest buildings in the United States, standing alongside these twin towers that we can see to the right of our picture here now, as among the great landmarks of modern-day capitalist America. And the FTSE, we understand, is down 200 in Britain, and it's almost certain that Wall Street, at the very base of the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center, will be affected. As you can see, the FTSE down 214 points. Worldwide confidence in the economies and the governments of the West, no doubt, are going to be severely shaken by whatever this is. Let's just go back briefly to Andrew Wilson, our correspondent in Jerusalem. Andrew, just a thought, of course, as we said just now, there was a terrible jumping of conclusions after the Oklahoma bombing. The administration in America and the intelligence agencies very quick to point the finger at the Middle East. One should be cautious and wary this time round.
Yes, I think so. It's always easy to assume that within the dark corners of the Middle East somewhere lurks a highly powerful and resourceful enemy. I mean, Osama bin Laden has proved himself in the past capable of striking at vulnerable American targets, particularly military ones, but also, of course, the embassy in Kenya as well a few years ago. That was also put down to Osama bin Laden, and the United States retaliated with cruise missiles fairly shortly after that. But it's easy to imagine that these groups are over-resourced, more resourced than they actually are, and more active than they actually are. And I think the FBI or whoever else starts to conduct the internal investigation over on the other side of the Atlantic will have to also put their heads around other options as well before they jump to conclusions. However, I think down in the streets of New York and perhaps Washington as well, people will be ready talking about Arab extremism, about Middle East activism, about the dangers of Islam and fundamentalist Islamic groups and so on and so forth, without much more information than that being the natural suspicion and natural paranoia of people in the West whenever terrorism raises its head nowadays.
We'll let you dig around, see what else you can find out in your region. Thanks for the very latest from Jerusalem, Andrew.
Live pictures from Washington and New York. We believe that 3 planes have now slammed into some of the most important buildings in America during the last hour. Both of the Twin Towers at the World Trade Center have been hit by aircraft, one just before 9 o'clock, one just after 9 o'clock this morning. American time, many thousands of people would have been in those buildings at that time. In Washington, we believe there has been an explosion at the Pentagon. That's the head of military operation in America. That has been confirmed just a moment ago that that was indeed a plane crash. The FTSE, as you can see, is plummeting. The New York Stock Exchange has not opened and will not open today. We believe the oil price is increasing and has risen above $30 a barrel in the last few moments. There was one group that had allegedly claimed responsibility for these attacks, the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine, but that has since been rejected by another member of that organisation. Let's speak to Mike Yardley, who's a terrorism expert, joins us now on the phone. Michael, I suppose the finger of suspicion will be wagging in every direction now.
Yes, and obviously people are urging caution after the mistakes that were made after the Oklahoma bombing. That said, I think there is every likelihood that this is an incident that relates to the Middle East in some way. We saw a few days ago there was an attack on Ahmad Shah Massoud, the main opposition leader to the Taliban. We've seen a U.S. warning a few days ago that a terrorist attack was likely. And one is certainly reminded of these terrible scenes in the Middle East of increasing desperation with more suicide attacks than in the past. And indeed, if one goes back quite a way, one can think of the beginning of terrorism, of hijacking as we know it, was really in the late 60s when the Arabs found that they couldn't defeat Israel by conventional means. And so organizations like the PFLP, the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, started to hijack aircraft.
Americans not used to attacks of terrorism on their own soil.
No, indeed, and the Americans have a particular fear of it. Of course, in England and in the rest of the world, we've seen a lot more terrorism on our own territory than people have in the US. And you have to remember that the whole purpose of terrorism is to create psychological casualties. It's not just to kill people, it's to use the threat of extreme violence to cause people to be frightened, to create political change. And there's another element which I think is very important and which is demonstrated in this terrible attack, and that is theatre. Here you have something which the media of the world simply cannot ignore. And it's very difficult to know how we should respond to that. And I think we have to say with due measure and not without hysteria, because otherwise we are doing the work of the terrorists for them. They want us to be frightened. They want us to sit up and take notice. These are terrible attacks, but nevertheless, there's still a need for a sense of proportion.
You say that, Mike, but we're hearing that so many buildings, major buildings in America, are being evacuated as we speak. A sense of panic must be a major issue in America at this stage, and obviously that the news organisations there will be reflecting that.
Yes, that's true, and I have no doubt there will be a sense of panic. We've heard that the White House itself has been evacuated. I presume the Pentagon has also been evacuated.
Indeed. Let me just tell you what else. The State Department, we believe, has also been evacuated. Capitol Building has been evacuated, and the Sears Tower in Chicago has been evacuated.
Yes. Hello?
Yes, we can still hear you, Michael. Please continue.
Can, yeah. No, I think that the other point to be made is that you cannot defeat terrorism with security alone. Unfortunately, terrorists always have the initiative. Whatever target you may harden, they can always go to another target. And I think this is an example of that on a grand scale. Of course, you must then ask yourself, what do you do to make yourself less vulnerable to a terrorist threat? And one of the things that has clearly failed here is the intelligence, which normally protects us to a degree from this sort of massive attack. I mean, we have seen 3 aircraft at the least hijacked simultaneously. That is an extraordinary failure of security.
A hijacked aircraft, probably one of the most lethal weapons in the world.
Well, I'm afraid that anybody with a can of petrol and a box of matches is potentially a terrorist. I mean, if terrorists manage to seize a major airliner, yes, I mean, the consequences are horrific, and we should ask ourselves, what are we doing now to counter this threat? Because my own opinion is that our societies have responded to the problem of terrorism essentially with security, which is frequently completely ineffective as a response to terrorism.
Mike Yardley, bear with us 1 second. I'm sorry. CBS pictures are reaching us now here at Sky Centre. Michael Kelly is an eyewitness at the Pentagon. He's speaking to them now.
The street, the way that the smoke is billowing here, Laurie.
Right. I ended up going into town, and I heard this plane come over my head. It was really low.
What size plane?
It sounded like a small plane, but it was very, very low. And the next thing I know, there was this tremendous explosion as it hit the Pentagon. I looked over, and the smoke started coming up. Pieces of the plane and pieces of the Pentagon were falling onto the 14th Street, onto the Shirley Highway. Very scary. So I did.
Crossing to the World Trade Center in New York. Just a moment or two ago, we saw the Twin Tower. It's some 110 stories high. It's starting to fall apart. There's no other way of expressing what's happening. As you can see these pictures,
we can see here to be faltering to some degree.
They were not designed, perhaps, to take a direct strike from something the size of a 737 or perhaps an Airbus, perhaps fully loaded with fuel. Steel will melt, and that. All right, David Lee Miller is still with us. David, what can you tell us? David Lee Miller, can you tell us what happened there? All right, David Lee Miller, who has seen his share of horrors around the world in trouble spots in the Middle East and elsewhere, is in that area reporting on what we think we can see. I I want to stress it's tough to...
Hello?
Yeah, David Lee, what can you tell us?
John, the scene is horrific. One of the two towers literally collapsed. I was making my way to the foot of the World Trade Center. Suddenly, while talking to an officer who was questioning me about my press credentials, we heard a very loud blast, an explosion. We looked up, and the building literally began to collapse before us. There was debris falling, I'd say, at least three-quarters the height of the building. People within the entire perimeter began literally, including myself, which is why I'm out of breath, to run for our lives. And I am now standing in a black cloud of smoke left over from the debris. There's soot. It's difficult to breathe. People ran into nearby office buildings once they got out of the danger zone just to be able to breathe. I'm on a payphone on the street right now, and I literally cannot see more than a quarter block away. That's how thick the smoke is. I'm on Murray Street and West Broadway, for those who know Lower Manhattan. Not clear now is why this explosion took place. Was it because of the planes two planes dual attacks this morning, or was there some other attack which there has been talk of here on the street? But I can tell you this, that the police have moved people back, and it's going to be a long time.
Yeah, David, we are looking at the replay of what happened that you're describing. It happened just moments ago. It sure appears that the building simply collapsed. Yeah, David, if you're still with us, please keep on the line. It appears that the building simply collapsed of its own weight, that there was so much damage from the heat of the fire. As I said, steel will melt. That was the building that was hit by the second plane, the plane that we actually saw hit the building live during our coverage. That is the building that has just collapsed. Now, it bears noting that that plane seemed to come in at a lower altitude. It hit the building lower down, and there was that tremendous fireball. So the damage to the building came at a point where there is much more weight on top of it, and those steel girders, strong as they are, had a lot of weight to support, and apparently, I'm not a structural engineer, but I'm just guessing now that they gave way. The loss of life here is going to be enormous.
May God help those who are there, and the victims and their families, and all the souls that are lost today.
I think it's safe to say that virtually every family in America is going to be touched by this disaster.
This is what the terrorists back in 1993 tried to accomplish when they drove a van laden full of bombs into the garage. Apparently they were successful. John?
Let me bring in the former governor of New York, Mario Cuomo. He's with us by telephone now. Governor, what's your reaction? That's the only thing I can ask you.
It's the same as everyone else is. Everybody now is holding their breath and measuring the extent of the tragedy as it grows from moment to moment. And that will be the story, I'm sure, for the next 24 hours, is how much damage was done. I think the longer-range story is even more terrible. The longer-range story is who did it and why. And if it were a nation, it would be easy to deal with. But it's not a nation. It'll be individual terrorists.
Excuse me, Governor, can you hold on for just a second?
From the tower, from right to left, I guess west to east, and everything just all of a sudden just imploded. I ran as fast as I could, went inside of a building about a block away. I stood in the building for a couple of seconds, and then all of a sudden the building started filling up with smoke. I was with a bunch of law enforcement officers. We couldn't get out of the building because everything was locked up. And then I came out, and everything was filled with ash, and it looks like I'm in a surreal movie.
Do you know if it was an explosion or if it was a building collapse?
To me, it sounded like an explosion. Then the building, the rolling sound sounded like the building collapsed.
Were there other people? There must have been a lot of people on the ground nearby when it happened.
Where that happened, there was mostly law enforcement. I don't think there were many civilians there. I don't know.
Don't move, Pat. How many people would you say were on the ground when the building exploded or collapsed?
These extraordinary pictures coming out of New York now, as the commentator was saying on Fox News a few minutes ago, everybody around the United States will be feeling for those involved in the incidents which have happened, both in the pictures we can see in New York and in Washington, D.C. And I think that will apply to people throughout the world today. The 11th of September 2001, people will remember this as the day that there was the most serious peacetime assault on the United States, the most powerful democratic nation in the world.
You're witnessing probably one of the worst terrorist attacks in history. It happened just over an hour ago. Before and after 9 o'clock, two planes deliberately slammed into the World Trade Center Twin Towers in New York. They're 110 stories high. They're 5 million square feet. 50,000 people work there. It happened at 9 o'clock this morning, American time. Just a short time ago, one of those towers collapsed. The devastation, the loss of life, can only be imagined.
We just heard that the Prime Minister, Tony Blair, has cancelled his speech to the Trades Union Congress in Brighton this afternoon. These events, these pictures we're seeing from the United States are clearly going to overtake almost any other major event in the world today. And all world leaders will be sharing their thoughts with US President George Bush, who said a short time ago, "We have had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country." He promised a full-scale investigation to hunt down and find those folks who committed this act. Terrorism against our nation, we will not stand.
Unbelievable. The streets have been shut down. There was very little traffic on the streets except for emergency vehicles going one way or the other. So there was not a lot of vehicle traffic in this area, but there were a lot of pedestrians on almost every single corner taking photographs and just looking at the building, which was still smoking and still on fire. A lot of police officers at the back.
Officials up there that were right near the building.
Where were you when the explosion occurred, when the plane hit the building?
I saw it from my office, as a matter of fact, down the Lower East Side.
So you came here?
Yes.
To check it out?
Help. No, what do you mean? To see if we can help, but this is...
Yeah. This poor woman. Wow.
Rick Leventhal is the one reporting on the ground. He's not able to hear me at this moment. But Rick...
Just the sound of a plane.
It's our jets. It's our jets. It's our jets.
All right. What are you guys doing right now? What's your assignment? What's your assignment?
Help people.
Are there a lot of injured? The dust is still thick in the air. What that guy is covered with is this stuff that's all over the street. Just thick soot, ash. Just came roaring down here in a huge cloud from the World Trade Center. You see just the survivors, if you will. Are you able to talk? Can we just talk to you about what happened?
I was there when it exploded.
You were right there at the building?
Yes, a lot of people trapped. You're right?
A lot of people trapped. EMT. This guy needs help.
Rick Leventhal is not able to hear me, but from his vantage point on the ground, I think it's not clear to him what's fairly clear to us, our vantage point from the helicopter, that the top of Tower 1, One World Trade Center, has literally crumbled. I can't guess how many floors, perhaps.
Terrible, shocking events taking place in the United States of America within the last hour or so, including 2 hijacked planes being flown deliberately into the World Trade Center. I'm afraid we can only imagine the terror and the carnage there.
The Prime Minister speaking to the Trades Union Congress in Brighton.
Innocent people that will have lost their lives. I know that you would want to join with me in sending the deepest condolences to President Bush and to the American people on behalf of the British people at these terrible events. This mass terrorism is the new evil in our world today. It is perpetrated by fanatics who are utterly indifferent to the sanctity of human life. And we, the democracies of this world, are going to have to come together to fight it together.
We believe there has been a second explosion at the Pentagon. That report just seconds ago. We know that, or there has certainly been reported, one aircraft has crashed into the Pentagon. That's the head of military operations in America. One plane already crashed into that building. We've just heard that there has been a second explosion at the Pentagon. Jeremy.
Mike Yardley, just still listening to us there. What we're looking at, Mike Yardley, is the most coordinated terrorist assault on a single country that we've probably ever witnessed, by the sounds of it.
Yes, I mean, it's an extraordinary incident, and I think we're all moved watching it. It is, as you say, a uniquely coordinated event. It's an extraordinary breach of security to have been able to get all these aircraft simultaneously. If it had been perpetrated by a country, it would almost certainly be an act of war against the United States. The chances are it's been perpetrated by a fanatical group, possibly with the support of one or more nation states, and the ramifications really are very frightening.
Now, what we're looking at is not just, as we were talking about earlier, an act meant to shock the world and have a huge impact, an act that was part theatre as well to get the world shocked and moved by it, but also, presumably, it is an act designed to provoke a reaction from America.
Yes, and I suspect that, unfortunately, it will probably do that. I mean, terrorism is an unusual technique, and it's usually used by the desperate. It was taken up by groups in the Middle East after the failure, essentially, of the Arabs to beat the Israelis by conventional military means in the 1960s and early 70s. And indeed, much modern hijacking goes back to those days and to groups like the PFLP, the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. We've seen terrorism change over the years. Theatre has always been part of it. It is, in essence, a war of symbols, hence the attack on the Pentagon.
Mike, we'll just break in there. Thank you very much for the moment. We'll just take you back to what's happening on the ground. It's thought that above in the Trade Center there's still one of the planes embedded in the smashed building. Let's take a look at what reaction there is on the ground beneath it.
And it was a big explosion and everything got dark, real dark, like snow. You can see behind me, all this is not snow, this is all from the building. It was a terrible nightmare.
Where exactly were you standing when this happened?
I was standing right in front of the World Trade Center.
So you were down the block here? And
right
you came
there in the
running this
middle.
way?
Right, yeah.
Did you get hurt at all?
No, not me.
Did you see anyone around you getting caught up in it?
Yeah, I was with the firemen. We got hurt. We all went inside to this dark. We was inside the building where everything happened, but we came out alive.
What's your name?
My name is Dr. Angel.
Were you able to assist anyone before this happened?
Yes, I did. I help a lot of patients. A lot of them.
Well, there are a lot more people that need help now. So if you're capable, maybe you should...
yes, I'm going to go back. I lost my ID, but I try to go back.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks a lot for talking to us.
All right. That's what Rick Leventhal has for us down in Lower Manhattan, where chaos and utter confusion reigns. This is clearly a national catastrophe. There will be some response from the White House. Let's go to Wendell Goler, who was traveling with the president in Sarasota, Florida, and find out what the latest is there. Wendell?
John, the president left Sarasota, Florida. Air Force One took off just a short while ago. Mr. Bush returning to Washington to convene a meeting of his national security advisors, including the vice president.
They bombed the Pentagon, too. So that's basically where I saw. Then I came running down here. Traffic is not allowed past Warren Street. And you see what's here.
Do you know which of the two towers?
The one without the main antenna on it.
Just interrupting our colleagues in America to report to you that there are suggestions that has been an explosion on Capitol Hill. Reports of an explosion on Capitol Hill, no confirmation at this stage. The Prime Minister, Tony Blair, has described the attacks in the United States as the most terrible, shocking event, and he's offered his deepest condolences to President George Bush and the American people. President Bush was reading to a classroom full of children when he first heard about the incident. Let's hear again from eyewitnesses at the scene.
And then I just started huffing it down from West 4th Street. There was only traffic going northbound, nothing going, everything was jammed going back this way.
So just in case people are just tuning in, tell me again what you saw, what you heard.
Around 6th Avenue and Houston Street, I was trying to make phone calls. I looked up and I heard an explosion, and then I saw everybody in the street react first. People crying, people on the ground, everybody lying down. And then I looked up and I saw this huge plume of smoke and the tower just crumbling, and it just turned into a huge plume of smoke. And next thing you know, there's smoke in one tower, and that's what we're seeing right here. So, and obviously there's the people are worried about the press agents and everybody else that went the other way, as everybody wants went this way.
When you saw this collapse taking place, could you see if there were a lot of people on the ground near the building as it was happening?
No, I was further north than you were, but I was dead looking at 6th Avenue, the view you see of both towers as you come down 6th Avenue.
Right.
So, and most of this fallout stops about
Pictures just coming in. We're looking up from ground level up towards the top of the twin towers of the World Trade Center on the southern end of Manhattan Island in the heart of New York City. So you can see smoke and flames rising from the huge gash in both buildings caused by the passenger jets that we now understand 2 passenger jets, both hijacked. One of them is known to be American Airlines Flight 11 from Boston to Los Angeles. Both of them flown into the side of the buildings. We don't know exactly the circumstances, whether the pilots... Germany, we understand, has just cancelled all flights into the United States, and Britain's offered the US government every possible help to bring to justice the perpetrators of what are now being confirmed by governments as the terrorist acts in New York and Washington. That's according to Foreign Secretary Jack Straw.
Another eyewitness.
And we came running over here closer to the place, and all of a sudden we saw the other explosion. I don't know. That's all I saw. I saw a couple of people jumping out of the other building. I seen 2 or 3 people jump out of the building. The first one, I don't know if that's number 1 tower, number 2 tower. It's unreal.
Panic continues in New York. The reporter for our colleagues in Fox News, almost at the bottom of one of those twin towers, you'll know that one of them, within the last few moments, has collapsed, and 25,000 people work in those towers. Much confusion at the bottom of those towers, people running around, not quite sure which direction to go in, other people lying injured on the ground.
Let's just get back. Get back.
We believe that perhaps one of the aircraft that slammed into the side of those twin towers is still embedded in the side of that building. One of the towers, 110 floors high, has collapsed. The other one is still in situ at this stage. This is the confusion that happened soon after the explosion. Let's listen to what was happening.
Guy's skin from my thing here.
Real quickly. You were in the, which tower?
I was in B tower.
B tower?
A tower.
What floor were you on?
B1.
What floor?
The first one.
What happened? Tell me.
When a big explosion happened, some guy came out, his skin was all off. I helped him out. This is him all over. There's people jumping out of windows. I've seen at least 14 people jumping out of windows. It's horrific. I can't believe this is happening.
Anything else that you saw? Were you there for the second hit by the plane?
About 10 minutes later, the second building went off.
Did you see it?
Yes, I saw it. It just blew up. A big explosion. People started running. It was just chaos everywhere.
These are the latest pictures from New York at the very bottom of those 2 towers. As you can see, both of the twin towers are still in situ at this stage. Moments after this eyewitness was speaking, one of the towers crumbled. Let's hear more from him.
The first one went off, and then 10 minutes later, this just blew up out of nowhere.
Hard to think that would just be accidental.
No, I don't think it would be accidental.
Back it up, folks. Back it up. Kenny?
Johanneman.
Spell your name.
Johannenman.
One of the eyewitnesses, he said that he managed to pull one of the victims from the wreckage of that first tower that was hit just before 9 o'clock American time this morning, and he was unbelievably badly injured. We're hearing from the emergency services in New York that the death toll could run into many hundreds as a result of this terrorist explosion in New York this morning.
And we shouldn't forget, of course, that there have also been attacks on Washington, D.C., about 300 miles to the south of New York, the capital of the United States, what we know so far is that there have been 2 explosions being reported at Pentagon, the Pentagon, the military center, the defense center of the United States. 2 explosions reported there. One of them is thought to be a 3rd plane. 2 planes, of course, have been aimed into the top of the 2 World Trade Center Twin Towers in New York. 3rd plane landing on the Pentagon. We understand there has also been a 2nd explosion reported at the Pentagon, and an explosion on Capitol Hill building. We know that evacuated was the White House earlier, the Treasury building next door to the White House, and about a mile up the road, Capitol Hill was also evacuated, the State Department in the center of Washington, D.C., and the Sears Tower, one of the other tallest buildings in the United States in the city of Chicago. So clearly, security chiefs in the United States administration are taking no chances. Let's hear another eyewitness.
I guess because they're trying to save themselves. I don't know. And I don't know. Everybody just doesn't know where to go. They won't everything is blocked off. You can't even, they're telling us to get out, but there's nowhere to go. And then I heard that another plane hit. And if you go over by there, you can see the people jumping out the window. They're jumping out the window right now. Oh, my God.
All right, ma'am. Thank you.
Live. These are live pictures from New York. You're witnessing probably one of the worst terrorist attacks in history. Let's cross live to our colleagues at Fox News in New York, at the bottom of one of the remaining towers.
Floors of Tower 1 of the World Trade Center have collapsed completely.
And, you know, it felt like a bomb hit or a plane hit or something like that. But the whole floor was...
plane did hit.
A plane did hit. Yeah, and then we looked out the window, all we saw was debris all over the place. But we thought the building was going to topple over. It was going so...
Well, one of them did.
One of them did. We were in Tower 1. We made it out.
Well, you're a lucky man.
Thank you very much. Okay, thanks.
All right, take care.
Clearly, this is a nationwide catastrophe, but folks, phone lines in New York are virtually shut down, so you're not going to be able to call your loved ones. If you have any other way, perhaps email. If you have any other way of contacting your loved ones, try and do it without using the telephone, because telephone lines in New York are at gridlock right now. Let's listen in again to this eyewitness.
I have a lot of faith in God, and I hope a lot of other people made it out the building as I did.
All right, thank you. Tell me what you saw. Stop and talk to us. Where were you?
Top of the roof, 25 Park Place. Me and a super. Heard the loud noise from a jet. We look up and we see this big jet, like a 737 or a 727.
It was a 757?
About that, it was a big jet.
Yeah.
We saw it come, just looking like it's sideways. At first, we thought it was just going to try to miss it. Bang! Right into the middle of it, like around the 70th floor. And then, half hour later, we see the second one bang into it. We're on the roof of
Just
it.
recapping, if you're just joining us, these are live pictures from New York. Only one of the Twin Towers at the Trade Center in New York remains. The other has collapsed after it was hit by a terrorist aircraft this morning. We believe that it was an American Airlines aircraft. It had been hijacked, probably from Boston, and it slammed into the side of the building. Shortly afterwards, that building collapsed. The other building has also been hit by a terrorist aircraft. Telephone lines in New York are at gridlock. If you want to contact colleagues, friends, loved ones to check on their condition, don't try the telephone, you can't get through. Try the email or the internet. All flights to the US have also been diverted.
From north.
What did the plane look like?
Like a 737, like a jet plane. Like a jet plane, I mean, like a normal plane, commercial plane.
Did it appear to be veering out
With whatever force needs to be applied.
Well, first we have to know the full limits of this tragedy, and it's unprecedented, of course. But we have to stay above all united and calm and ready to take resolute action, which sometimes we have failed.
of the World Trade Center collapsing less than an hour after it was hit by one of the two hijacked planes. Extraordinary pictures, one of the great monuments to 20th century America, recognizable around the world. Everybody who's been to New York City, who's been to Manhattan Island, couldn't have mistaken those two twin towers that stand high over the island of Manhattan, rising above Wall Street, the financial center. Well, one of those has almost completely collapsed now. 110 floors high, 5 million square meters. Altogether, about 25,000 people working in each of those towers, mostly office buildings, but pavements, restaurants and bars. The windows on the World Bar at the top, not in use probably at 9 o'clock in the morning when this happened, but most of those offices would have been filling up pretty rapidly this morning. Clearly, there might have been some time for people to evacuate from the tower that collapsed. I imagine they'd be trying to get people out of those buildings as fast as they possibly could, but even so, evacuating a total of 50,000 people from both of those buildings would have been extremely difficult. So at the moment, no certainty about casualties, but reports are that there will be quite a considerable number of casualties. It really doesn't bear thinking about exactly what the numbers are. Keith Graves, our US correspondent, on the line now. Keith, anything new that we haven't spotted so far?
I don't think so, Jeremy. I'm in Washington, which is in effect in a state of siege. I mean, the streets are all blocked with traffic. Lots of streets are closed. As you know, there has been an explosion at the Pentagon, which is across the river about 4 or 5 miles from the city center. There have been reports of explosions in other parts of the city, but I suspect that there's a little tiny bit of panic creeping in here, and people are reporting bangs as explosions. There's no confirmation of other explosions, but certainly every government building in Washington has been closed, and the staff of these buildings have been told, look, go home. It doesn't matter how you get home, just go home. Try not to use cars because the roads are totally blocked, but go home, get away. And, of course, that's causing a considerable amount of confusion, not to say panic here.
Bear with us one second, Keith Graves. We're taking live pictures from our colleagues at Fox News in New York. We know that one of the twin towers at the World Trade Center in New York collapsed a short time ago. Some 25,000 people work inside that building. You just saw live here on Sky News. The second tower has collapsed. The second tower has collapsed. 25,000 people also work in that tower. They were hit by terrorist aircraft at 9 o'clock this morning. Let's listen to our colleagues.
From Boston to Los Angeles was hijacked today, and that its plane was the first one involved in this attack on the World Trade Center. Brian Wilson is on the phone with us now from the Washington area. Brian, what's the latest?
Well, I wanted to tell you, John, that I'm in front of the Capitol, and a moment ago, police officers ran up to us and ordered us off of the grounds and told us, and I quote, there is a plane that has been hijacked. It is 20 minutes south of Washington. This was about 10 minutes ago, and is headed this way. They are taking ultimate precautions. Now, as you know, in these chaotic situations, sometimes information gets twisted. But police officers here are saying that they believe there is a hijacked plane now headed toward Washington. And that's all the information I can give you at this moment.
All right, Brian, we had a report from you earlier that military aircraft are circling the Capitol. Is that still the case?
This is the second twin tower in New York. It was hit by a plane just before 9 o'clock this morning, American time. 25,000 people, as I said, work in this building. Many of them would have been at their desks when that aircraft that had been hijacked earlier in the day hit the building. There had been much concern about this structure after its twin tower collapsed about 20 minutes ago. Many people in the area had been trying to flee from what had been happening. Obviously, information is very sketchy at this stage, but very shortly this tower does collapse.
UK, we're hearing, as we watch those extraordinary pictures of that vast building imploding in a huge cloud of smoke and debris at the bottom end of Manhattan. Now, we're hearing that the London Stock Exchange is now being evacuated. We don't know the reasons for that yet, but we will obviously keep you informed of that. As you heard from Washington, D.C., there have already been attacks on the Pentagon, the Defense Center. There have been talk of explosions at Capitol Hill, and there has now a report from Fox News of another hijacked plane heading towards Washington,
Jeremy,
D.C.
as we look at these pictures, both of those towers have gone. You know this area well. Tell us how many people are going to be affected by what we just saw live.
We're now talking about hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people who live and work in the southern end of Manhattan Island. As you know, you've been there, it's a very densely populated island, Manhattan. Everybody lives cheek by jowl. There are huge, in the foreground there you can see the Statue of Liberty, which of course those twin towers of the World Trade Center looked out across. One of the things about going up the World Trade Center was to look down across the harbour at the Statue of Liberty. It's just peeking its head across our breaking news strap at the moment, the Statue of Liberty. It was sent there, of course, given to the Americans by the French as a sign of friendship and a sign of peace. What we're seeing today, the debris left on the southern tip of Manhattan Island, two gigantic towers over 100 stories high, have now disintegrated, imploded, an almost unbelievable scene, imploded into a pile of smoke and rubble that now clouds the horizon in New York City, and no doubt, metaphorically, will be clouding the thoughts and the imaginations of all Americans today and sending shock waves around the world. At the moment, no certain claims of who may be responsible for what is being confirmed by administration in the United States as a series of terrorist attacks. It appears to be a highly coordinated, perhaps the most planned single assault on the United States in peacetime. In fact, ever. Bear in mind that even in wartime, the United States has never really come, mainland America has never really come under attack.
Yeah, it's almost a mushroom cloud of devastation over the skyline of New York. One can only pause and consider just how many people will have lost their lives today. But of course, it's not just New York that has been affected by the terrorists who came from the sky today. Washington also has been hit by a terrorist attack. At least one aircraft has slammed into the Pentagon. Keith Graves has more. Keith?
Yeah, we are getting confirmation now that the Washington police believe that an aircraft has been hijacked somewhere south of Washington, and that it may be heading towards the Capitol, which is why they have now sealed off this area. Our office here is right next to the Capitol building. That's all been evacuated. People are being urged to leave the area. I'm hearing, for example, an American commentator using the word Armageddon, and it may not be too outrageous to use that word if you think about it. Every government building is being evacuated. The Pentagon, which is at the very nerve center of America's defense system, has been struck and has been evacuated, though no doubt there are still officers there in the underground war rooms. Every aircraft in the United States has been told to get itself on the ground. Every airport has been closed. This country, in effect, now has gone into something of a state of siege.
But Keith, from what you've just said, US flights diverted to Canada, aircraft on the ground, all the airports have been closed. This aircraft could have been hijacked and be on its way to Washington. Presumably, it'll be shot down.
Well, it would probably be a light aircraft that took off from, say, some small private airstrip. It could well be that. You don't have to destroy the Capitol building. All you have to do is to put a light aircraft into it, and it would be even more symbolic an attack than bringing down the World Trade Centers. But yes, on the roof of the White House, for example, there are missiles. that are geared to go off if aircraft approach
Keith, bear with us
closely.
1 second. I'm sorry to continue to interrupt you, but obviously we want to bring our viewers right up to date just as soon as we have any information whatsoever. We believe that Canary Wharf Tower, one of the biggest buildings in London, indeed in Europe, is being evacuated as we speak. More as we have it. Continue, Keith. Sorry. Keith.
Yes, Kay, sorry, I was just saying that on the roof of the White House, which has now been sealed off, they do have a missile system which will fire missiles, and at the Pentagon, I understand, if there are aircraft approaching. And I have no doubt at all that any aircraft approaching Washington, D.C. at the moment, as everything has been grounded, will be fired on. There won't be any questions asked.
We are also hearing, Keith, that planes in the United Kingdom are likely to also be grounded. No confirmation as yet. We're likely to hear from Heathrow very shortly that no aircraft will be taking off from United Kingdom soil for now. Planes that are already on their way to America. What's happening to them? Remind us, Keith.
Well, we're told that they're going to be diverted at the moment. This was what we heard before the two World Trade Center towers collapsed. Before we heard there was another aircraft which may be on its way to Washington, possibly with a suicide bomber on board. And so I imagine that the Americans will be absolutely rigidly enforcing that now. There are still aircraft in the skies over the United States that were in the air before this all happened a couple of hours ago. They have been told that they must head immediately for the nearest airport, and American skies are going to be clear of aircraft within an hour or two. Aircraft on their way here from places, for example, like the United Kingdom, we're told if they can't turn back, they'll be diverted to Canada, or they'll turn back, or they could be diverted to somewhere like Mexico, or they could be diverted even to somewhere like Iceland, but they will not be allowed to land in the United States for the foreseeable future.
Keith, let me just break in to say that the latest wire message says that the Queen will be sending a message of sympathy to President Bush. That's just been released by Buckingham Palace. The thought is, Keith, I suppose, when we look at the intelligence side of this and what the intelligence chiefs around the world are going to make of this, is that the attacks on the United States are now clearly precautions being taken in the United Kingdom with the evacuation of the stock exchange, the evacuation of Canary Wharf Tower, the 800-odd-foot landmark and the docklands of East London, and the grounding of planes here, is that there would be a suggestion that the United States and the United Kingdom are possibly targets here, and therefore you've got to look at. We understand also, Keith, that you may have heard that at your end, that part of the Pentagon has now collapsed following the explosions there earlier, with the planes crashing in, or at least one plane crashing into the Pentagon. It does suggest, Keith, that that they're dual targets, so it's either something to do with Western democracies or capitalism, or something that the perpetrators see as both nations responsible for.
Yes, Jeremy, because, of course, Mr. Bush is, and America's closest ally in the world is the United Kingdom. Mr. Blair is the one foreign leader from a major nation who has struck up some sort of rapport with Mr. Bush, and so any potential terrorist, I'm thinking now in terms of people maybe like Osama bin Laden, though there is no evidence that I've heard that it is definitely down to him, but people like that would sit down and say, who are our enemies? And the enemies would be the United States, and who are their closest ally? It's the United Kingdom. So it may well be that the British government is taking precautions on that basis, that they may well be associated with the United States. Mr. Bush, of course, as you reported earlier, was out of town. He is said to have abandoned his program and to be returning to Air Force One. It's not clear at this stage whether he will head back to Washington. I would have thought that he probably would want to be seen to be coming back to Washington, because if for any reason his security men decided he should not return to the White House, I think that might well cause panic to set in. Jeremy, you're probably watching, I guess you may be watching, like me now, pictures I'm watching from the Pentagon, and indeed the corner of the Pentagon that corner close to the interstate highway, which you, of course, know has indeed collapsed now. I don't know whether you're watching those pictures.
No, we're still watching pictures in New York. We're obviously, in a way, just sort of hopping around the pictures as they reach us across the Atlantic via satellite, Keith. So, like you, we have a variety of vision we're choosing from, and some of the satellite vision is now causing us problems. So I don't know whether here we are. Now, I think that, yes, that is pictures of the Pentagon and smoke rising. We're looking from some distance away, a few hundred yards away, Keith, looking from an interstate intersection there, looking at smoke rising from what I thought earlier looked like the western perimeter of the Pentagon.
Yeah, we were hearing at first that it actually hit the helipad, which the senior military officers use. But we're now being told, and nobody can get any closer than those pictures that you're seeing. I'm seeing the same picture as you now, the smoke rising. And we're being told that, in fact, the corner of the building there has collapsed. The building has been evacuated. As I was saying earlier, there is a very, very secure war room beneath that building, a room that was built to withstand, in fact, a nuclear attack. And so one would assume that military officers that have stayed in the building have gone down into that room. We were talking about Mr. Bush. I think he will want to be seen to come back here. He will want to be seen to go to the White House, because if he does not, I think there will be a certain amount of panic in this nation. There already is. People are running through the streets here. When I came into the building, there were people running like something out of a Hollywood movie in the opposite direction to me, running away from the Capitol building, from government buildings. I think if Bush decided that he couldn't come here, I'm interrupting myself, Jeremy. I'm just hearing that there's been a large plane has crashed somewhere southeast of Pittsburgh. That's about 3.5, 4 hours drive from here. We don't know the details of that yet. We don't know which building, but my colleagues at Fox News are just telling us that a large aircraft has now crashed somewhere just southeast of Pittsburgh. That's an industrial town sort of between here and New York, maybe about 4 hours drive from here. We have no further news of that yet at the moment.
Indeed, as I watched pictures, those extraordinary pictures from a short time ago of the collapse of the second tower at the World Trade Center, the implosion that followed the earlier crash of the plane into the upper stories of that, and they are quite unbelievable pictures. As Keith said, somewhat like Armageddon. Fox News in the United States are calling it a day of terror, and not surprisingly so. Keith now telling us of a large plane crashing southeast of Pittsburgh. At the moment, it looks very much as if the targets that have been picked out by whoever is behind this series of incidents, series of attacks today, and I think they are nothing less than attacks on the United States, have been aimed at the northeast of America, the very powerhouse, both politically, commercially and industrially, the powerhouse of the United States. New York City, now somewhere close to Pittsburgh, and Washington, D.C., the political capital of the United States. Whilst we're watching these pictures, let's bring in Francis Chusa. I know Kate got a couple of questions to ask you, Francis.
Francis, I mean, we're looking at these pictures. This story first started to develop just after 2 o'clock London time this afternoon, less than 2 hours ago. And we're seeing devastation on the northern part of the eastern seaboard.
It's shocking, stunning. I can't think of any other terrorist incident. This is obviously, I think we're saying terrorist incident, which even begins to match what we've seen here. It is so stunning. There are so many questions you can ask. You know, how come so many aircraft got hijacked on the same day? The list of questions that will be asked. Okay, too early. People are still clearing up. There's still the worry about, are there other aircraft involved heading towards other targets? But we're seeing a situation where, what's the United States' next move? And there will be a next move. The United States believes in getting revenge. And God alone knows what they're going to do in response to this.
We're looking at replay pictures that we showed live here on Sky News of the actual moment of impact of one of those aircraft. And then this is what happened, Francis. Unbelievable.
Just seeing the wreckage coming down, the issue of how much warning was there, was much of an evacuation capable, and in fact a number of aircraft hitting the same targets. Of course, there has been a terrorist bomb attack on the World Trade Center a few years ago, so this looks like it was an attempt, as it were, to do the job properly by whichever groups. It's obviously been a focus, a target, a very big target, and a sort of idea of this is an American landmark, so go for it.
Look at these pictures, Francis, as we speak to you. Defy description, do they not? Who could possibly have been responsible for this sort of devastation?
Well, there are a number of terrorist groups who would have the capability. I've already heard the suggestion that potentially as a result of the breakdown of the UN Durban Racism Conference, someone would have done this. I'm getting the impression if you are hijacking aircraft in the United States, this was something planned not a week ago. It was planned a number of weeks, if not months ago, and just brought into effect on whatever plan. I am also brought to remember that about 10 days ago there was a universal warning by the State Department to US forces, US businesses, US airlines in Asia, saying that a threat from the likes of Osama bin Laden was deemed to be very high. And I have to say, I'm wondering at the moment whether that was a, dare I use the word, wonderful deception plan to get people's attention elsewhere whilst other activities were going to be taken in the United States. The congruence of those two is
interrupting you, Francis, I'm sorry. The Palestinian President Yasser Arafat has condemned the aircraft attacks on the World Trade Center in New York and also on the Pentagon in Washington. He says, I send my condolences, the condolences of the Palestinian people, to American President George W. Bush and his government and the American people for this terrible act. Presumably, though, eyes must turn to the Middle East.
It certainly is the most obvious place to look. Yes, there are possible terrorism groups out in Asia, but whether they have the experience to back up the logistics to undertake attacks like this, I think people would say probably not. The Middle Eastern groups with long history, with good experience of this sort of activity, are the logical place to start looking. The issue of, well, Osama bin Laden, we know he has been boasting about going for more high-profile American targets around the world to, as it were, in his words, fight back against what America is doing against the Iraqis and against the Palestinians. And again, I would have thought, and we heard Keith Graves earlier talking about it, he must be a name very high on any list that the Americans are going to investigate.
Can I just break in there, Kay and Francis, to say the latest wire saying that the Saudi dissident Osama bin Laden had warned 3 weeks ago that he and his followers would carry out an unprecedented attack on US interests for its support of Israel. And that's according to an Arab journalist with access to Osama bin Laden, Abdul Bari Atwan, editor of the London-based Al-Quds Al-Arabi newspaper, who we, of course, see quite often on Sky News, said that Islamic fundamentalists led by bin Laden were almost certainly behind the attack on the World Trade Center in New York. It's most likely the work of Islamic fundamentalists, said Abdul Bari Atwan. Osama bin Laden warned 3 weeks ago he would attack American interests in an unprecedented attack, a very big one. So let's just talk to Keith Graves, our correspondent in the United States. Interesting thoughts, that, Keith, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that Francis made a very good point there, making the point that this is not something which has sprung out of events of the last week or two. This is something which required an enormous amount of planning, an enormous number of people, an enormous amount of money to put an operation like this together. And I was just thinking when Francis was talking, last Friday, the Pentagon issued a warning, the State Department, the American Foreign Ministry, issued a warning, a public warning, saying that it had received notification or intelligence that there might be an attack pending on American subjects overseas, not within the United States. But certainly Barry Atwan is right that 2 or 3 weeks ago, Osama bin Laden did say that he was planning a spectacular attack on the United States. you know, he says these things so often that I think people tend to become a bit complacent and say that here is this man who's sitting there in Afghanistan. He's isolated pretty much from the outside world now. He's just shooting his mouth off. You know, if indeed he is behind it, and it certainly needs his sort of money, and it also needed people who are prepared to die, because obviously a number of the people involved in this died while these attacks were being carried out.
Keith, interrupting for you 1 second. I'm so sorry, Keith, if I can interrupt you for 1 second. We are looking at these pictures from America. We're receiving them live here in the United Kingdom. We're not sure what the plans are for that pilot or indeed that aircraft at this stage.
Can I just say, Kay, that is that's the gatehouse to the White House, just taken across from Lafayette Park. So those are people actually running out of the White House a short time ago.
We know that the White House has been evacuated. We also know that many other buildings have been evacuated. We're hearing that Jack Straw, our Foreign Secretary, has described this incident as an attack on civilization. Tony Blair is calling a meeting of his senior ministers as we speak. The Stock Exchange in London has been evacuated.
I'm actually astonished.
Canary Wharf
to death,
has been evacuated. Tight security at all buildings in London. Not sure at this stage what effect, if at all, the attacks on the eastern seaboard will have in the United Kingdom, but we do know that all aircraft from here to America have been grounded. All aircraft from anywhere else in the world to America have been grounded. All aircraft in America have been grounded. There has been an aircraft which plowed into a building in Pittsburgh just moments ago. We have no further information on that at this stage. Let's listen to an eyewitness.
The hundreds of people that have already died. It's shocking.
But I'm frustrated with the country as a whole that we don't take a strong stand against terrorism. This had to happen. As long as we're going to let people off the hook in the Mideast, Iraq, Iran, and places like that, when they blow up buildings in Beirut and places like that, if we don't take a strong stand, this is going to continue. And it was just a matter of time.
There has been an explosion also at the Pentagon, and we're hearing from our correspondent in America, Keith Graves, that part of that five-sided building has collapsed. That would be where the war rooms are, Keith.
Okay, just let me answer your question a minute. We're hearing that fighter aircraft have now been scrambled from fighter bases around Washington in Virginia and Maryland and are patrolling the skies around the Capitol. That's the state that it's reached here. There is still this report that somewhere an aircraft took off without permission somewhere south of D.C. and was heading in this direction. There is still no confirmation that it's been spotted, that it's on the way here, but or that it's indeed heading for the Capitol building, which was one suggestion. But indeed, they've scrambled fighter aircraft now, which are patrolling around Washington, D.C., and I have no doubt at all that any aircraft approaching Washington at the moment will be shot down without many questions being asked.
Keith, couple of points. There are reports of a fifth aircraft that may have crashed. I don't know whether you're hearing anything of that. And reports of, I don't know whether you may have heard explosions up around the Capitol building yourself.
We heard a report, Jeremy, that there'd been a report of an explosion near the State Department. That is being denied. It was supposed to have been a car bomb. I think there's an awful lot of worried people running around the Capitol at the capital city at the moment, and us getting very, very edgy, as you can imagine. So there was a report of a car bomb near the State Department. That is being denied. We're hearing that the police are checking of a report near the Capitol building. I'm only about, as you know, a couple of hundred yards away, but I'm on an inside room, so I can't actually see out what's happening outside. But there are reports that the police are checking that there may have been an explosion somewhere near the Capitol. That is not yet confirmed. I think what the confusion, Jeremy, and the enormity of this can be illustrated by the fact that nobody at the moment is even getting round to talking about casualties. Normally by this time, 2.5, 3 hours after this happened, people would be saying, yes, well, there's this number of dead, this number of injured. All I'm hearing are reports that, well, there are probably thousands of injured, and we don't know how many dead there are. And I suspect that it will be some time before they know, because trying to sort out the chaos in Manhattan from those the two collapsed towers is going to take days. It's not going to take hours, but it's an indication of the enormity of what's going on here on the eastern half of the United States, that they haven't got a clue yet how many people are injured or how many people are dead.
Okay, Keith, thanks. Let's just hear Shepard Smith, one of our correspondents from our colleagues at Fox News.
Bridges and tunnels in the city are closed, that there's no one allowed inside and out. This building on which I'm standing is the headquarters of the News Corporation, but houses literally thousands of workers on 45 stories. Initially, in the initial confusion, no one knew quite what to do, but now in this building, and I'm quite confident in skyscrapers across Manhattan, security is at the door. No one is allowed in or out without an ID. Now anyone who leaves is not allowed back in, except, of course, for news personnel. And the main thing that's being urged everywhere you go is calm, that this is a time to remain calm. We are hit with a national crisis unprecedented. And the word from people on the street, from the mayor of New York City and others is, it's time to put your arms around a neighbor, take a deep breath, and try to get through this. There are certainly the inevitable concerns of what will happen in this city in the days to come. Mayor Giuliani has an enormous police force of more than 40,000. The city is equipped, we have always been told, to handle any level of disaster, and certainly New York's finest and New York's bravest will do their dead level best to make sure that this city remains as calm as is humanly possible. The Empire State Building in the foreground here, as you can see, and it's my understanding that in the moments after the first collision happened, the Empire State Building was put on alert. I was listening to a radio reporter from 1010 Winds, a local radio station, which had dispatched a reporter there saying that there was an orderly exodus going on. I can tell you that for the thousands who are in this building, the exodus was orderly. The drive through the streets, an eerie calm, tears on avenues and streets as I made my way here. People, some of them wandering in front of buildings. At St. Patrick's Cathedral in the heart of Midtown, where you turn to come to this building, there were hundreds of people out front, some on their knees at the front of that building, saying prayers for the no doubt thousands who were in those buildings and in that area when the two jets crashed into them. Now back to you downstairs in the studio.
All right,
Jeremy, you know New York very well. We were discussing that earlier. The skyline of New York without the World Trade Centers, they have been there 30 years.
They've taken the backdrop away from New York, really, to see when that dust finally settles, and when the dust settles on America, you sense that the shock will go on for months, if not years after this. There will be a transformed New York City. It will look very different. The people of New York and the people of America will live with the impact and the scars of this attack on their nation for many a long year to come. It's going to be very hard, if not impossible, to rebuild the World Trade Center. So for an awful long time, they're going to have a lot of rubble and a hole in the ground to remind them of what somebody did to the very heart of their nation. And I mean, what we're also talking about is a nation at the moment that is part paralysed, aren't we?
Indeed, so every plane in America is on the ground. Any plane that is not on the ground is likely to be shot down by fighter aircraft which are patrolling the skies around the capital. It is almost a surreal situation, but it is happening live. Jeremy, how many people would have been in that area when those towers collapsed?
I think what we're talking about is 50,000, up to 50,000 if it was full in the two towers, 25,000 each tower. Plus, it could have been potentially another 100,000 in the area around. It's a very busy and densely populated business area. It is the very heart of the American economy. It is, Wall Street's the equivalent of our city of London. And it would have been 9 o'clock in the morning, the time when everybody was scrambling into the offices. There are subway stations underneath the World Trade Center. There are ferries coming in just across Battery Park. And you can imagine, even though people would have evacuated, you can imagine the scene when that building not only was hit at the top, but then later started to collapse.
This was the first building. This was hit higher than the second building, which had impacted moments earlier. Both buildings, it looks as though, are still in place at this stage. They were hit by aircraft which had been hijacked only moments earlier from American Airlines in Boston.
Mayor Giuliani, incidentally, the New York mayor, has now called for the evacuation of the whole of Lower Manhattan. That's the southern end of Manhattan where the World Trade Center Twin Towers are that we're watching at the moment, those pictures earlier before they both collapsed. What we're talking about, federal regulators of the US financial markets decided not to declare an emergency in response to the attack, but it does sound like obviously the markets are going to be pretty shaken just like everybody else is. The markets, after all, reflect the health of the nation, the health of the economy, and the thinking of most right-thinking people, and most right-thinking people across the world are going to be pretty shocked at the moment. I would have thought, particularly in America, and the markets are bound to reflect that attack on the heart of civilization, as Jack Straw, the British Foreign Secretary, has called it.
Let's just reflect also on what other world leaders have been saying. The Russian President Vladimir Putin has expressed deep sympathy to the people of the United States in connection with this terrorist attack, this terrible tragedy, as he put it. Most terrible and shocking events, said Tony Blair. The Israeli Defense Minister Benjamin Ben-Alizer told Israel's Army Radio it was simply a tragedy. And in Brussels, Chris Patton, European Commissioner for External Affairs, said, "We're all watching events with absolute terror."
Some people taking pictures of the smoke pouring from the World Trade Center towers, others just standing there looking.
Let's bring in security expert Chris Yates as we watch the smoke pouring out of the upper stories of the World Trade Center Twin Towers before the collapse. Chris Yates, an attack on civilization, Jack Straw calls it. Possibly we're looking at the biggest single terrorist assault of our times.
You know, I've been trying to look for parallels to this incident in the last couple of hours since it happened, and I can find none in the history of civil aviation. This is perhaps the most atrocious attack on civilian targets there has ever been by terrorists. And perhaps, you know, I've heard a lot of people suggest in this last couple of hours or so, this isn't just an act of terrorism, perhaps it's an act of war.
Therefore, does that give you any pointers as to who might want to engage the United States in war?
This is a very difficult question, isn't it? You know, we've gone through the list in the last couple of hours of the possible groups that could have carried out such an attack. And I think in the State Department's thinking, in the FBI's thinking, and the various other alphabet soup agencies in Washington, while we're chasing around trying to find answers to this, I think Osama bin Laden and his group of terrorists have got to come at the very top of that list.
Now, just trying to piece together the story of what appears to be a series of hijacks of major airline carriers, passenger jets. One assumes that there has to be an element of suicide amongst those who brought about the hijack. Hard to imagine otherwise, isn't it?
It is hard to imagine otherwise. If we look back over the last few weeks, few months, there have been any number of attacks in the Middle East carried out by suicide bombers, and it seems entirely likely that perhaps, well, it's almost certain by now, that these hijacks were carried out by people who were prepared to die for their cause. Certainly, I alluded to the fact that US security is somewhat lax a few moments ago. Well, I think it's probable that the information as to how to overcome the security barriers that are in place has been found in the public domain. After all, the Freedom of Information Act in the United States means that a lot of the information about lax security at US airports is out in the public domain. I use it myself. Other journalists use it to produce the stories that we produce from time to time. And therefore it seems that that information has been used, perhaps, to circumvent, to get around the security measures in place to stop this sort of thing happening.
Chris, stay with us, you will. Just need to break in there, Kay.
Indeed, we're just hearing, again, please, we're giving you this information as quickly as we possibly can. Bear with us. We are hearing from the Federal Aviation Authority, who are in charge of the skies above America, that many planes are still unaccounted for. Several planes are still unaccounted for, in addition to the aircraft that slammed into the side of the World Trade Center in New York just after 9 o'clock this morning, and indeed also into the Pentagon in Washington shortly afterwards. Part of the Pentagon has since collapsed.
There was also that other one that Keith Graves, our correspondent, was telling us about, the reports of a plane crashing outside the Steel City of Pittsburgh, which of course is somewhere between New York and Washington, D.C. No confirmation of that as yet, but as Kay said, several other planes missing as well, according to the Federal Aviation Authority. Let's bring in Francis Chusser, our defence analyst here. France, Mayor Giuliani, incidentally, now having called for the evacuation of lower Manhattan. Mayor Giuliani, the New York mayor, is saying that a tremendous number of lives have now been lost in New York. No quantification of that at the moment.
We do know that fighter aircraft are patrolling the skies around the capital. We, as we just said, also know that several planes have been unaccounted for in addition to the aircraft that have already crashed. As Jeremy was saying, Francis Chusser is with us. Francis, one wonders how much more damage these aircraft could do.
Well, if there are further civilian aircraft, I heard one description very early on in this tragic incident talking about them as small commuter aircraft. Well, I think you should bear in mind Boeing 737, which is certainly two of them seem to have been. This is an aircraft weighing in whatever, 60, 80 tons, with fuel, flying into a building at perhaps 500 miles an hour. That is a spectacularly large bomb in anyone's book. Another aircraft which was talked about and used was 767, even heavier. Well, we saw earlier some footage of a 747 over Washington. Heaven knows what would happen if one of those has been hijacked, because with full fuel load, you're talking about an aircraft weighing up to 200, 250 tons, and that is just a massive bomb in the air. And if you've got hijackers who have no worries about committing suicide, then you've got a serious problem. And of course, you've got fighter pilots now flying over Washington who are faced with this awful possibility. There could be a civilian aircraft with American citizens on board, which has been hijacked, and either you have to shoot it down, killing everyone on board, or you have to let it crash into another building, another built-up area, and it's the type of decision I don't think anyone would ever want to be faced with.
Also just hearing that the European Parliament in Brussels is in the process of being evacuated, that according to a source in the area. The fingers of this terrorism are stretching much further than the eastern seaboard of New York, Francis.
Well, as has been said by several people, Keith Graves included, Osama bin Laden has got to be they want to call it the favourite for the initial assessment of who's carried this out. What is a very well-planned and appallingly well-executed operation. This is not the type of thing done by some amateurs. This has been planned, obviously, for many weeks. People have been smuggled into the United States. Weapons, explosives have been acquired in the United States or smuggled in. Plans of airports. Someone has checked which airlines would probably be best to hijack, which airlines would be flying to Washington and or New York at about the right time to do a simultaneous attack. And I think we could probably say with with certainty that the various hijackers were told, for the sake of argument, at 8:45 Eastern Standard Time, that is when you hijack your aircraft and get it heading towards your target. You've had simultaneous hijackings of a number of aircraft all over the eastern seaboard. This was done by professionals.
One can only imagine what reaction there will be from America?
America, if you mess with America, and the only comparison I can think of at the moment would be the attack at Pearl Harbor in 1941. America went into shock when its fleet was partially destroyed, and then I think it was described at the time as America's terrible rage was fostered, and they entered the war. We are going to see a few days of shock in the United States, but we've already heard from a number of the feeds from both New York and Washington, the American people will demand revenge. Absolutely demand it. We've seen in the past, after terrorism attacks, again, a bomb attack a few years ago on the World Trade Center, cruise missile attacks launched against Osama bin Laden, some of his bases in Afghanistan. Heaven knows what level of retaliation we will see for this. Heard from Chris Yates saying, is this an act of war? I would agree with him and say, yes, I think this is an act of war. The problem is, it is almost certainly not an act of war by a state, by a people. It is an act of war by an individual with a terrorism group. This makes retaliation very difficult.
Yeah.
What do? Do you bomb Palestinian camps? Francis, if you'll bear with us, sorry about this. The director of the World Trade Center, we believe, will be speaking to our colleagues at Fox News in New York very shortly. Let's listen in.
Happened, there was time for a number of people to get away. If you are considering or trying...
Alan Rice, Reese, spelled R-E-I-S-S, Director of World Trade Center, Chief William Hall.
You know what? Pat, I'm going to use the shotgun. Rotating the camera.
Obviously much confusion in New York. These are live pictures.
Yes, Katie, forgive me, we're just trying to get the, obviously, as you can imagine. Joe, go ahead. You may put the microphone on there. As you can imagine, this is a very, very difficult situation here. We are here with a couple of guests who can give us at least some insight into what's going on there. This is Chief William Hall of the Port Authority Police of New York. As we told you earlier, the Port Authority Police have jurisdiction over the Trade Center. And also Alan Rice, who's the director of the World Trade Center. Gentlemen, if I get you just to stand like that. First of all, Chief, do we have any idea of how many people are in there?
We have no idea. Now, as you know, it was pretty much rush hour time that this took place this morning, so the numbers we don't know yet. We tried to get almost everybody out that we could early on.
After the first two crashes, when the planes hit the building, there was roughly about, I would say, what, an hour and 15 minutes between that and the point where the South Tower collapsed. Give or take. How many people you were able to get out? Do you have any idea?
We don't know. We tried to do a floor-by-floor search. New York City Police, the Fire Department, Port Authority Police, best they could, tried to get everybody out. But as you know, there were people still coming out after that building came down.
Do you have any idea how many people would normally be in the building at 8:30 or north? This is the director of the World Trade Center.
There are probably 10,000 people in each tower. 10,000 people in each tower would typically be in there on a normal business day. And we get about another 5,000 visitors during the course of the entire day. So by 8:30, 9 o'clock, the building should have been full.
Okay, so in other words, by 8:30 to 9, you figure the building would have been approaching full capacity with the workers. So we are talking about roughly 10,000 people
per tower.
Per tower. Now, at this point, obviously, you've got a situation, these towers having collapsed, that is bordering on chaotic. What's the first challenge? What are you doing at this moment? I've seen emergency workers try to go in there after the first couple crashes and come running back out. What are you trying to do now?
I guess the next step is between the chief and myself and my staff. We're going to go assess the condition and determine whether it's safe or not to send personnel into the building to continue looking and evacuating people.
Are there any emergency workers in there now?
We don't know that.
We don't know.
If they were in there now, presumably they would have been trapped in there from the earlier.
It's possible. It's possible from what we saw happen there. Yeah, very much so. We were trapped ourselves in the building in the basement. We were the building collapsed when we came out of that. But yes,
you were in the basement of the South Tower.
No, we were in the basement of building 5, 6.
Okay.
Right, and I was in building 5. We had to dig our way out to get out.
You dug your way out. What was that like?
Scary.
Scary, but I was a volunteer fireman for years, so you learn not to panic.
Yeah. What was the one last thing? What do you do right now to try to get to those people? How long before you get to those people?
We're going to have to wait and make the building safe. We have our engineers here, our law department here. We're going to make the building safe. Then we're going to send in rescue teams. We're already breaking the men and women up into rescue teams, and they're ready to go once the building is declared safe of what's left.
And how soon before they're back in there?
We're going to try and do this right now, and I hope soon.
Is any part of the building still standing down there? We can't really see.
I can't see either. I can see what you see. I don't know.
You don't even know how much of the building is
No,
left.
that's where we're going now, to assess the condition.
All right,
So
thank you.
very
We
much.
understand you have emergency work to do. We appreciate it very much taking the time out.
So the man in charge of the World Trade Center just telling our colleagues live at Fox News in New York that he had to dig his way out of the building when it collapsed around him. He said that probably 20,000 people would have been in both of those towers when they collapsed. He said that it was really at the height of rush hour for the amount of traffic that they have in those buildings when the first of those terrorist aircraft slammed into the side of one of the twin towers at just before 9 o'clock this morning. Just after 9 o'clock, the other tower was hit. 60 minutes later, first one collapsed and then the other. 20,000 people would have been inside those buildings at that time. In the UK, security has been tightened significantly. Heathrow and Gatwick are both telling us that security is extremely tight indeed. Canary Wharf, security very tight there. The Stock Exchange in London, security very tight there. The Prime Minister is meeting with his senior colleagues, and as soon as we have more from them, of course, we will bring it to you live here at Sky News.
Another bit of information, we don't know yet whether this fits into this extraordinarily violent and shocking jigsaw that is building up over the day, but we now hear from Islamabad in Pakistan, the political capital of Pakistan, that the ambassador of Afghanistan's ruling Taliban movement in Pakistan has called a news conference Tuesday night, local time, and that follows the attacks in the United States. The ambassador, Mullah Abdul Salam Saif, will address a news conference at what we understand to be 4:30 our time, 15:30 GMT. It's not immediately known whether it was related to the attacks in the United States, but of course it is worth bearing in mind that the Taliban movement in Afghanistan have, over a number of years now, given refuge and succor to Osama bin Laden, the Saudi dissident who some experts are already starting to look at as a possible perpetrator of these incidents today, one of the few people who perhaps could mount an operation like this, and of course the man behind those attacks on the United States embassies in Tanzania and Kenya a couple of years back. So we will listen carefully to what the Taliban movement have to say out of Pakistan very shortly.
And while we look at these live pictures from the Pentagon in Washington, at least part of that five-sided building has collapsed. The fingers of terrorism, of course, not just in America at this stage. All of the Western world will be looking at its own security, not least the United Kingdom. Paul Bromley, we believe the Cobra Committee is sitting. What is it and what are they doing? Paul Bromley. Paul Bromley, can you hear me?
Yes, I can indeed.
Paul, tell us about the Cobra Committee.
This is the meeting, the emergency planning meeting that involves officials at this stage. The Prime Minister is at this very moment returning from the TUC conference in Brighton to chair a meeting of senior ministers that will involve the Foreign Office, the Ministry of Defence and the Home Office as well, although the Foreign Secretary Jack Straw has said that the security alerts at government departments and military installations has already been raised in this country, and overseas all diplomatic presences the security alert has been raised to its highest level. Those are the measures that are being taken. There are amber alert signs at all government departments at the entrances, warning people that there is now an increased state of alert following these attacks in America.
OK, let me just bring our viewers up to date with other information, Paul. Stay there 1 second. We're just hearing that we did know that one of these aircraft that slammed into the side of the World Trade Center was an American Airlines plane. We're just hearing from American Airlines that if the plane had been full, it would have been carrying 158 passengers, and that would have included 2 pilots and 9 or 10 flight attendants. We hear from our experts that there is absolutely no way that a pilot, under whatever pressure, would have flown his aircraft into the side of the World Trade Center, and that aircraft must have been taken over by a terrorist for that action to have been carried out. If you're just joining us here at Sky News, let's show you what happened at just before 2 o'clock this afternoon. I was telling you live on air about what had happened at the World Trade Center. There was a thought that perhaps it had been an accident. A pilot had lost his way. I was talking to you about the second aircraft. You can see there we were expecting it to move over to the left of your picture, and this happened. Almost unbelievable. And Paul, you're saying now that the British government is meeting. Security, as a result, is very tight here in the UK, both on the ground and indeed at the airports.
Increase the level of security at key sensitive posts. The Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary have already been in contact with the Americans to offer their condolences and sympathies at what they called an attack on civilization, talked about these shocking and terrible events. So there will, of course, be a knock-on effect here in the UK. I have to say at the moment there is still free and easy passage around the Westminster area, but obviously an increased state of security and an increased awareness of the possibility of terrorist attack here.
Let's just tell you that US Secretary of State Colin Powell has cut short his first South American tour after this terrorist attack. He has said a great tragedy has struck our country. It will not affect the nature of our society. We will find out who is responsible for this and bring them to justice. That was Colin Powell speaking from Lima. He will, of course, be heading back to the United States, no doubt, at this very moment to head up the defence and military operation in the aftermath of this attack.
If you're tuning our way and you're wondering what's happening, the American seaboard, the eastern seaboard, has been attacked by terrorists just after 9 o'clock American time this morning. We believe that many thousands of people could have been killed as a result of the attack, both in New York and also in Washington. Obviously, many of you will have loved ones or relatives in America and want to know what's happening. There is an emergency number, 020 7008 0000. 020 7008 0000.
A special bunker. Maybe Eric Shawn can tell us more about this. Ironically, it was always thought to be disaster-proof because it was located on the 14th floor of a building in Lower Manhattan, but clearly that kind of thing can come under attack as well.
The emergency bunker, or so-called bunker, which really isn't a bunker, it was in an office building in the World Trade Center complex, not one of the two towers that unbelievably and so horribly have collapsed, but in a building that houses the Commodities Exchange and some other exchanges, which is at the foot of the World Trade Center. It is, I think, number 6 or number 9 World Trade Center. That is the emergency command center for the city of New York. It was moved there from police headquarters within the last 2 years or so. That thought to be safer, much more sophisticated availability through communications, much more secure, it was felt, than the police department at that time. So that is the center. We can only hope. We have no report at the moment of the condition of the emergency center for New York City. But then again, the mayor may also be in City Hall trying to deal with the emergency service, the EMS and tactical units. I've been told through EMS that the casualties could, the numbers being bandied around this morning, John, are 10,000. Or so. 50,000 people work in both towers of the World Trade Center. This happened on a beautiful day, 9:10 or so in the morning, when people are going to work, showing up in their offices of the massive World Trade Center complex that houses banks, houses financial institutions, houses the headquarters for the Port Authority of New York, which runs the airports and the bridges and tunnels. It has also has the governor's office and other offices in the World Trade Center, built, of course, in 1973. And the 1993 bombing of the World Trade Center, the terrorists at that time, who were from Jersey City, part of a local mosque, drove a van laden with explosive into the garage. 6 people were killed, thousands injured. At that time, they were not able to bring it down. That was the aim. This time, so horribly and sadly, it seems that terrorists perhaps obviously have succeeded. In terms of You mentioned the report earlier from a London newspaper that is credible in terms of Osama bin Laden. Let me also point out, we're going to get some more information about this, that terrorist experts say he has and does have pilots on his payroll, that 3 of the alleged co-conspirators in the East African bombing trial had pilots' licenses. 2 of them testified for the government against those suspects accused and who were then convicted of the embassy bombing trial. So does that work up a scenario that perhaps terrorists were on these planes, hijacked them, and then near the last moment were able to divert them, incapacitated the crew, the pilots, completely jumped in those seats, and then themselves just flew those planes into the buildings? I was coming to work this morning and saw the first plane, which appeared to be a 737 or small Airbus, a twin-engine jet, flying very low south downtown over 5th Avenue. I was right near Rockefeller Center. Everybody was looking up, saying it's kind of unusual. Then it banked right. Banking right would indicate it was heading right toward the World Trade Center, and it disappeared from my view. And then heard the report that, though, is a common airway from the north. That plane, if that indeed was the American Airlines plane from Boston, that would make sense. Coming from the north, coming from Boston, on the air route to make a left leg base, and then your final into LaGuardia, but then at the last moment diverted into this horrible, horrible catastrophe.
There will be apparently
Let's
no news
just
conference
pick up where we are at the moment with these extraordinary scenes of Manhattan Island in the heart of New York City. Let's bring you up to date with the story so far. That scene in front of you was where the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center stood until a couple of hours ago. They were hit, both of them within a few minutes, by planes that had been hijacked. Here's the second plane on the left of the left-hand tower. The first tower, as you can see, already on fire. The plane didn't avoid the tower, but crashed straight through it. A fireball there. One can only imagine what the scenes were like inside and beneath the Twin Towers there. Within an hour, both of these towers then collapsed. Person who answered the phone at the trading floor of the interdealer broker Cantor Fitzgerald, located near the top of the World Trade Center, said, "We're dying." He then hung up. There was screaming.
We have just heard from American Airlines. They have confirmed that both of the aircraft which slammed into the side of the World Trade Center belonged to them. They'd been hijacked, one of them at least from Boston. One of the aircraft had 81 passengers on board when it was hijacked and then flown into the side of that building. We're also hearing that United Airlines Flight 93 has crashed near Pittsburgh. If you've been monitoring the situation here on Sky News, you'll know that Flight 93, which crashed near Pittsburgh, crashed probably about an hour and a half after these Twin Towers at the World Trade Center were hit. And also the Pentagon, part of the Pentagon has also collapsed after it was hit by an aircraft this morning.
And we then heard from the Federal Aviation Authority, didn't we, Kay, that several planes other than these are still unaccounted for. So what we have is 4 planes that are confirmed as being hijacked. One apiece hit the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. A third then hit the western approach of the Pentagon, the defense and military heart of America, on the western banks of the Potomac River, just across from the seat of government, the White House and Capitol Hill. A fourth, as Kay was saying there, the United Airlines 93 crashed near Pittsburgh, and the Federal Aviation Authority are saying that several other planes are still unaccounted for. We do not know more about those at the moment. What we do know is that all civil aviation flights across the United States have been grounded for at least a couple of hours now. All planes heading into the country have been diverted to Canada.
Fighter aircraft are patrolling the skies around the capital as well. My producer's giving me more information as I speak to you. Flight 77, which we think was also an American Airlines flight from Washington to Los Angeles, was also hijacked. 58 people were aboard that aircraft when it was hijacked. 58 passengers aboard that aircraft, 81 passengers aboard another American Airlines aircraft when they were hijacked early this morning.
It's worth bearing in mind, of course, Kay, that if they took off from Washington National Airport, that's literally a mile or so down the road from the Pentagon. I don't want to be jumping things on there, but you get a feeling that that is possibly a plane that took off and went straight round the back of the Pentagon. That is a distinct possibility there. So let's bring you up to date. 4 planes we know about so far that have crashed, 1 each on the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center, 1 on the Pentagon, 1 outside Pittsburgh, several other planes unaccounted for. The mighty Twin Towers, the World Trade Center, destroyed. Part of the Pentagon has collapsed, and it basically is the political, the industrial and commercial heart of America in the northeast seaboard of America, currently in a state of some chaos and paralysis. Let's bring you up to date with this report from our correspondent, Paul Brennan.
It's a disaster almost beyond comprehension. The first aircraft impacted the World Trade Center just before 9 a.m. local time as workers in New York's financial district were arriving for work. Then, 18 minutes later, as emergency services scrambled to save those trapped 100 floors above, a second jet swooped down and headed straight for the second tower, impacting in a huge fireball. The explosion was captured live on television. Thoughts of a tragic accident vanished as it became obvious that the World Trade Center was under terrorist attack.
Everything just all of a sudden just imploded. I ran as fast as I could, went inside of a building about a block away. I stood in the building for a couple of seconds, and then all of a sudden the building started filling up with smoke.
A big explosion happened. Some guy came out. His skin was all off. I helped him out. This is him all over.
The US president gave a shocked news conference within half an hour of the disaster.
Today we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country. I have spoken to the Vice President, to the Governor of New York, to the Director of the FBI, and have ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families, and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and to find those folks who committed this act.
Some 25,000 people work in the World Trade Center. There are no firm details yet of the casualties within. But even worse, it seems the 2 aircraft were passenger jets hijacked in mid-air after taking off from Boston, ordered on a suicide mission. With America still reeling from the shock, another passenger jet was deliberately crashed against the Pentagon in Washington, the heart of America's military organization, causing a huge explosion. In New York, just as survivors thought the catastrophe could not possibly worsen, an hour after the first impact, one of the towers collapsed in huge clouds of ash and rubble. 20 minutes later, with flames and smoke pouring out of the upper floors, the second tower gave way. The White House has been evacuated. All domestic flights have been grounded within America. The landscape of New York has been changed forever. The landscape of the American psyche has been irreparably scarred. Paul Brennan, Sky News.
Live pictures from New York. Probably one of the worst terrorist attacks in history has happened this morning on the eastern seaboard of America. The death toll is likely to run into tens of thousands of people. 4 aircraft were hijacked. 2 of them had at least 140 passengers and crew on board. One can only imagine about the terrible deaths. Joining us in the studio is Philip Baum. He's the editor of Aviation Security International. Used to be responsible for security training for one of the American Airlines TWA. When you were going through that safety training procedure, you could never have expected this in your wildest dreams.
Absolutely not. This is really worst case scenario. If you look at what's happened in aviation security since Lockerbie, most of the emphasis has been on trying to identify bombs that could have been infiltrated onto an aircraft to prevent an act of sabotage. Whereas traditionally the old-style aviation security was focusing on hijacking, and this is really where the two meet, hijacking aircraft to carry out the worst possible attacks of sabotage.
How would a terrorist go about that, though? I mean, presumably there are procedures in place to prevent that from happening, and yet it seems to have happened on a massive scale this morning in America.
Well, there are procedures in place, but there is no such thing as 100% security, and we're not talking about one terrorist. We are here we're talking about a terrorist organisation, seemingly with very many committed people that are prepared to kill themselves in the process and become martyrs for their questionable cause.
How would they have got into the cockpit?
Well, we're dealing with US carriers where the actual policy set out by the FAA in the United States is that they must operate with a closed-door policy, a locked-door policy.
Which is not the case in Britain, is it?
Well, the cockpit doors are closed,
but not locked.
But sometimes people are allowed to visit the cockpit. That said, you can have a locked-door policy, but if a passenger on board a jet decides to take out a weapon, a gun, a grenade, or even threaten the fact that they've got an explosive device and threaten a flight attendant, they're going to be able to get into the cockpit. It's simply a delay mechanism.
That's helicopters. That
President Bush?
Well, it's certainly of the type that President Bush would use. Whether he is back yet, it looks like it's hovering over the treetops near the White House there, so it is entirely possible. Just trying to identify that better.
Would they take him to the White House, Jeremy?
Well, it seems, in view of the fact we've heard earlier that the White House has been... No, in fact, that is the side of the Pentagon, so we can see the smoke on the far side, possibly the west side of the vast Pentagon building. So I think that was just probably a military helicopter. One has a feeling that might have been one of the senior military officials or intelligence chiefs landing there on the car parks to the eastern side between the Pentagon and the Potomac River, but uncertain there. Let's, whilst we're watching that picture of the Pentagon just on the outskirts of Washington, we will bring you some comments from the Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat, who a short time ago had this to say about today's attacks on the United States.
First of all, I am offering my أقدم تعازية
تعازي الشعب الفلسطيني إلى الأمريكيين أو إلى الرئيس الأمريكي Bush, إلى حكومته.
Yasser Arafat expressing condolences. We gather there, obviously it's in translation there, for what had happened in the United States today. As we look at these pictures of the Pentagon, so you can see things seem a little bit calmer now. The smoke is starting to clear around the Pentagon. There have been messages from leaders around the world, not only Tony Blair and the Queen from this country, but leaders including Jacques Chirac from France, Vladimir Putin, the Russian president, expressing deep sympathy to the people of the United States. Israeli Defense Minister Benjamin Ben-Eliezer told Israel's Army radio it was simply a tragedy, and like everybody else around the world, most people undoubtedly sympathizing with the American nation today. Let's just bring in David Learmount from Flight International, who's also been monitoring events. David, we've seen many terrorist attacks around the world, but none involving aviation in quite such an extent as this.
Now, this is the nightmare scenario that everybody hoped would never happen when a new kind of terrorism, and that is suicide, the equivalent of the suicide bomber coming into the aviation world. Up until now, generally speaking, people have managed to get bombs on board aircraft but not travel with the bombs. But this is obviously a form of suicide attack of the most appalling kind. one of the things which is really this actually is going to change American domestic aviation and perhaps international aviation forever, because American domestic aviation had security, yes, but it was consciously, by decision, at a very much lower level than the fairly high security offered to their international flights. And this was not made on a rational basis. This was against a recommendation by a commission, a security commission headed by the Vice President Al Gore when Clinton was president, and he said that domestic flying should have equal security to international. But the airlines actually turned it down because they said travelling in America domestically is like hopping on buses and hopping off them, and although they have security, it's nothing like the degree of security which you have to undergo when you go through an international airport.
David, I'll just come in there. Latest wire snap that we received is that Air Canada has now said that it has suspended all flight departures across its entire system, including those of its regional airlines in the wake of the attacks on using planes in the United States. Air Canada said that flights currently airborne en route to the United States are being returned to Canada as a precautionary measure. All flights currently airborne en route to other international destinations will continue on to their final destination. Would you expect the aviation repercussions to be fairly considerable in view of what's happened to the United States? I mean, I'm talking about the immediate repercussions, planes grounded, the aviation networks pretty much coming to a halt in view of this.
Oh, I think that definitely this is going to be true. I don't know exactly how much, because the Americans literally are giving themselves a breathing space and a decision-making space to decide what they have to do to counter this kind of concerted attack, what they have to do to their security organization. Now, tightening up on security for international flying, yes, they can do that, but the security already was fairly good. Tightening up security on their internal flying, yes, they can do that, but it will change the whole nature of American internal flying. The whole business of it is that it's more like getting on a bus than on an airplane, and although security exists, everything is aimed at processing the largest number of passengers, turning airplanes around in a terribly, terribly short time. I'm afraid that the Americans, I think, never again will have a domestic air travel service which is like it was this morning. It's going to have been changed forever. It will never go back to where it was. And that is going to mean that American domestic aviation has to revise the way that it operates in a very radical way.
David, just trying to get an idea of the scale of air traffic in the United States. It is massive compared with almost anywhere else on Earth.
The amount of, it's staggering to think of it, but within the boundaries of the United States of America, 45%.
We've increased our security measures. We've shut down all the construction sites within Logan Airport, both airside and landside. And we've shut down all security checkpoints and removed all passengers who had been previously screened out into the non-secure part of the airport. We've activated our Family Assistance Center at the Hilton Hotel based upon some reports that some of these flights may have originated from Boston. We're asking the media's assistance to notify any family members that may have had families flying on those flights that we've had various reports on to call these following numbers. American Airlines, 800-245-0999. Secondly, family members can call a Massport number, 617-568-3100. We've also urging people not to come to the airport at this point in time. We've increased the shuttle buses from the terminals to the MBTA Blue Line stop, and the MBTA has increased the frequency of subway transportation. We are in close communication with the FAA, the FBI, State Police, Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And that's all I have right now.
Joe, you've got to tell us more about these planes that left this morning.
That's Joseph Lawless, who representative spokesman for Massport. That's all the mass transit and airport and public transport coming out of Boston, Massachusetts there. Obviously giving us a pretty good idea about the severe measures that are being taken there. One of the planes, of course, AA-11, with 81 passengers on board.
Let me just tell you about the aircraft, actually, Jeremy. American Airlines have now confirmed that 2 of its jets, carrying a total of 156 passengers and crew, were lost in the attacks on New York's World Trade Center and also the Pentagon in Washington. American Airlines said in a statement the flights were Flight 11, en route from Boston, to Los Angeles, with 81 passengers on board, 9 flight attendants and 2 pilots, and Flight 77, which was a Boeing 757 operating from Washington Dulles to Los Angeles with 58 passengers, 4 flight attendants and 2 pilots. And also looking to our wire service here, I can tell you that United Airlines has confirmed that one of its passenger jets, Flight 93, from Newark to San Francisco, crashed near Pittsburgh on Tuesday. The aircraft we were talking to you about with our colleague, our American colleague, Keith Graves, a short time ago. United said the airplane was a Boeing 757. The airline said it had no other details of how many people were aboard. United also said it was deeply concerned about another flight, number 175, which departed from Boston. The airline said it had no details of that flight. That would confirm the 4 aircraft that have either slammed into the World Trade Center in New York, into a building in Pittsburgh as yet unidentified, or indeed into part of the Pentagon. Part of that 5-sided building has since collapsed. You'll know that that's the head of military operations in America. The cost to life is vast.
Let's bring you a statement from Her Majesty the Queen, issued by Buckingham Palace a very short time ago. The Queen says, "It is with growing disbelief and total shock that I am learning of the terrorist outrages in New York and Washington today. On behalf of the British people, Mr. President, may I express my heartfelt sympathy to the very many bereaved and injured, and our admiration for those who are now trying to cope with these unfolding tragedies. Our thoughts and prayers are with you all." That's a statement issued by Her Majesty the Queen from Buckingham Palace a short time ago. And one other completely contrasting statement, but from a very different source. As we told you earlier, the Afghanistan Taliban ambassador to Pakistan was having a news conference a few minutes ago. Of course, the Taliban had indeed given some protection and refuge to the Saudi dissident Osama bin Laden in the past, but the Afghan Taliban ambassador has said that they condemn the attacks on the United States. So the Taliban in Afghanistan joining in the almost universal condemnation of today's attacks on the United States.
Jeremy, let's just pause for a moment and look at these live pictures reaching us at Sky Centre from New York. Those are live pictures from New York. Just a few hours ago, 2 aircraft collided with the World Trade Center. That building has been in place since the 1970s. I was talking to you live on air, told you about one of the towers that had been hit, watching this happen. Unbelievable. This is what happened next. 20,000 people work in each of those buildings. The Mayor of New York tells us that the loss of life is immense. Tens of thousands of people, perhaps, could have perished under those pools of smoke this morning in New York. Washington has also been hit. Pittsburgh has also been hit. The whereabouts of the President, George Bush, is not yet known. We know that he wasn't in that area at the time. He was in Florida speaking to school children, reading them a story when he heard that the eastern seaboard, the northeastern seaboard of the United States, was being completely decimated by terrorists. That is the result. The loss of life, as I've said, immense. Tens of thousands of people could have perished. much of that area has been sealed off. The stock exchange in America has been closed down. We believe the stock market in London has also been closed down. Canary Wharf in London has been sealed off. Most of the airports around the capital city here in the United Kingdom have also increased security. The Prime Minister has put in place Operation Cobra. That involves a group of his most senior ministers meeting and discussing what should happen. He was in Brighton at the time of this attack, preparing himself to speak to the TUC conference. He will be arriving back at Downing Street any moment now. Of course, we'll cover that live for you here on Sky News. He will be addressing the Cobra meeting, and then we will be finding out what the United Kingdom is planning to do as a result of that attack today. Paul Bromley, our correspondent, is waiting for the Prime Minister to arrive back at Downing Street. Paul, tell us about Operation Cobra. What does it mean? What does it involve?
This is the normal civil emergency planning committee in Whitehall. Officials from the various departments are already meeting in this session, and ministers will be joining them once the Prime Minister returns. We understand he's come back from the TUC in Brighton by train to Victoria Station, and will be coming back here to Downing Street. He will then call ministers, including the Home Secretary, David Blunkett, the Foreign Secretary, Jack Straw, and the Defence Secretary, Jeff Hoon, those most immediately involved in responding to these terrorist attacks in America. However, before even that meeting has taken place, we understand from Jack Straw that measures have been taken in the United Kingdom. So the alert status at all government and military installations has been raised in Britain to a higher level. All diplomatic postings overseas, the security level has been raised to its highest possible level, and the Foreign Office has issued travel advice to all British citizens overseas that they should take great care. The Prime Minister cancelled his planned speech to the Trade Union Congress about the public-private partnerships involved, and instead made a brief statement expressing his shock at what he called these terrible events, saying that he was sending his deepest condolences to President Bush and the American people on behalf of Britain, and pledging that he would fight to eradicate what he called this evil from the world. The Foreign Secretary, without going into the intelligence reports that Britain receives, did say that the world was taken by surprise by these terrorist attacks. He described it as an attack on civilization. A year ago, the Prime Minister had to come back from the TUC to deal with the fuel protests. Today, he's returning from the TUC to deal with a far more serious threat.
Paul, if you stay with us for a minute, let's bring in Michael Wilson, our business editor. Michael, before we look at the impact on the commercial world and the markets around the world, the first thing is on the human cost of this. And people in the City of London must be desperately worried about their pals and their contacts and their colleagues in the United States.
Deep sense of shock there this afternoon, because as is the way of the world, the majority of those big companies in the City of London have American partners. And I know there have been a lot of phone calls made. Some of them have been evacuated out of the World Financial Centre, which is just next to the Twin Towers, and are operating in emergency offices, but a lot of course won't. As far as the sentiment in the market's concerned, it is in this... Wall Street didn't open, obviously, but here, just a complete sense of shock. And it isn't terribly seemly to talk about money at a time like this, but we are a news station, so let's look at it. The oil price up to above $30 a barrel, gold price up, transport stocks down, particularly British Airways down somewhat 21%, I think, this afternoon. Yeah. And that's entirely understandable, because if you remember, after the, I think it was the bombing of the Marines in Beirut, the Americans actually more or less stopped flying abroad, and we've talked a number of times about a looming recession here. And particularly in the United States, and certainly Americans staying at home is not going to help that.
Michael,
and Wall Street will probably open about 200 points.
Just to remind us, hang on, we're just going to go live to Fox.
As you can imagine, the streets are a bit chaotic at this point, but I just want to show you one drastic difference looking north as opposed to looking south. Blue skies, clear streets, not a lot going on over there, but then come back around this way, Dan, and you'll see just smoke billowing from the scene. Still, obviously, a major disaster waiting to be cleaned up. Back to you, John.
All right, Rick Leventhal in Lower Manhattan, thank you very much. A dark day in America, September 11th,
let's just
2001.
stay with Michael there. We're looking at that Lower Manhattan scene where the World Trade Center Twin Towers were. Quite extraordinary to think that they have gone. That's the Empire State Building on the left. Remind us how it equates with the City of London. I mean, it is really like a plane landing in the middle of the City of London.
It's like the NatWest Tower.
Yeah.
What was the NatWest Tower going down, and then that
Just interrupting you one second, Michael. Here comes Tony Blair. He was actually in Brighton this morning talking to the TUC conference. He was about to address them
Mr.
on
Blair, how worried are you by these
partnership.
attacks in America?
Mr. Blair most reluctant to speak to waiting reporters. Obviously, there's the business of deciding what to do next, basically. He said he was rushing back to London from the trade union conference in response to what had happened and said that world leaders would have to combat international terrorism. That really could mean anything at this stage. But you can see in front of you what world terrorism has done to New York this morning. Until, let me think, 3 hours ago almost, the World Trade Center, the Twin Towers, the most famous buildings in New York, or at least certainly the top 3 most famous buildings in New York, stood proudly there. Once the highest buildings in the world, they were attacked by terrorists. They had aircraft that they had taken from American Airlines and also United Airlines with passengers and crew on board, and they slammed into the side of the World Trade Center. Less than an hour later, both of those towers collapsed. They are no more. Michael, you were telling us that what that means to New York as compared to what the buildings are in London.
Absolutely. It is like the old NatWest Tower falling into the stock exchange, quite honestly, not to mention the subway underneath, bank station, the rest of it. I mean, one can only imagine. The other kind of thing is, again, one can't express the sort of sympathy you ought to feel about this, but you can imagine some of these organisations are now without key workers. I mean, that's they can repair the lines and the rest of it, but nobody knows what tragedy is going to wreak on those particular companies as well. The Federal Reserve has been anxious to say that it is still open, so the heart of America and America's money is still actually going, but I don't think people particularly want to talk about money at the moment.
No.
But this is the centre of the civilised financial world, which has been
ripped apart today.
Yeah.
Incredible scenes, these, aren't they? Quite incredible.
You're watching live pictures from New York. You're witnessing one of the worst terrorist attacks in history. Happened less than 3 hours ago. Terrorists took control of at least 4 airliners, smashed 2 of them into the side of the World Trade Center Twin Towers, another one into the Pentagon in Washington, another one into a building in Pittsburgh. We believe that other aircraft are still missing. That's what we're being told. Several planes unaccounted for is the actual wording that we've been given. We believe that fighter aircraft are patrolling the skies around Washington. President Bush is not in Washington as we speak. He was in Florida when his country was decimated by terrorism. Many of the buildings in New York have been evacuated. Many of the buildings in Washington have been evacuated. The Queen has sent a message of sympathy to the American people. We can tell you at this stage that no one has claimed responsibility for this attack, but we can tell you that almost certainly many hundreds, if not thousands of people have lost their lives as a result of terrorism hitting the eastern seaboard of the United States this afternoon.
You join us here on Sky News at 5 o'clock with these extraordinary scenes unfolding in the United States. The worst terrorist attack in modern history. 2 hijacked planes crashed into and eventually destroyed the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in New York at the start of the working day.
The injuries are right now.
The sequence of events began in New York at 2 minutes to 2 this afternoon British time, just before 9 o'clock in the morning in the United States. The first of two hijacked American airline planes smashed into one of the towers. As many as 50,000 people who work at the Trade Center were arriving at their desks at the time. Smoke billowed from the building.
And then the smoke seemed to simmer down.
18 minutes later, while live pictures of the first crash were being beamed around the world, a second plane on the left of the picture swooped down. It headed for the other tower, and as an incredulous world looked on, smashed into the building. There was a huge fireball, and debris showered the buildings below.
Slow motion pictures you can see there, revealing the full force and horror of the crash. Sky News was live on air when this second attack took place. The two American airline planes had both been bound for Los Angeles, one from Boston, the other from Washington. Both had passengers and crew on board.
Within the hour after President George W. Bush went on live television to condemn the terrorists, reports emerged that a third plane had dived into the Pentagon, the U.S. military headquarters near the U.S. capital, Washington, D.C. A second explosion was heard. The White House was then evacuated, and Air Force fighter jets were sent into the air to patrol the skies as another airliner was said to be heading for the capital. All airports across the United States were shut down.
A little over an hour after the attacks on the Trade Center, the first of the 110-story towers, the South Tower, collapsed. That sent millions of tons of debris showering onto the southern tip of Manhattan Island. Many thousands of people work in both of those twin towers. Many thousands more work in the very close vicinity. One tower collapsed.
There's a building in the way.
Less than an hour after it was hit.
20 minutes later, the North Tower collapsed. Thousands of lives have no doubt been lost, and one of the world's most famous landmarks destroyed.
The New York Mayor, Rudy Giuliani, has ordered the complete evacuation of Lower Manhattan Island. He said there has been a tremendous loss of life in New York this morning.
You join us here on Sky News at 5 o'clock with these extraordinary scenes unfolding in the United States. The worst terrorist attack in modern history. Two hijacked planes crashed into and eventually destroyed the twin towers of the World Trade Center in New York at the start of the working day.
The sequence of events began in New York at 2 minutes to 2 this afternoon British time, just before 9 o'clock in the morning in the United States. The first of two hijacked American airline planes smashed into one of the towers. As many as 50,000 people who work at the Trade Center were arriving at their desks at the time. Smoke billowed from the building.
And then the smoke seemed to simmer down.
18 minutes later, while live pictures of the first crash were being beamed around the world, a second plane on the left of the picture swooped down. It headed for the other tower, and as an incredulous world looked on, smashed into the building. There was a huge fireball, and debris showered the buildings below.
Slow motion pictures you can see there, revealing the full force and horror of the crash. Sky News was live on air when this second attack took place. The two American airline planes had both been bound for Los Angeles, one from Boston, the other from Washington. Both had passengers and crew on board.
Within the hour after President George W. Bush went on live television to condemn the terrorists, reports emerged that a third plane had dived into the Pentagon, the U.S. military headquarters near the U.S. capital, Washington, D.C. A second explosion was heard. The White House was then evacuated and Air Force fighter jets were sent into the air to patrol the skies as another airliner was said to be heading for the capital. All airports across the United States were shut down.
A little over an hour after the attacks on the Trade Center, the first of the 110-story towers, the South Tower, collapsed. That sent millions of tons of debris showering onto the southern tip of Manhattan Island. Many thousands of people work in both of those twin towers. Many thousands more work in the very close vicinity. One tower collapsed.
There's a building in the way.
Less than an hour after it was hit.
20 minutes later, the North Tower collapsed. Thousands of lives have no doubt been lost, and one of the world's most famous landmarks destroyed.
The New York Mayor, Rudy Giuliani, has ordered the complete evacuation of Lower Manhattan Island. He said there has been a tremendous loss of life in New York this morning.
Let's talk to our US correspondent Keith Graves in the heart of Washington, D.C., with smoke rising from the Pentagon behind him. The British Foreign Secretary, Keith, called it an attack on civilization. It is certainly perhaps the most serious terrorist attack we've seen in our lives.
It is indeed, Jeremy. I've been covering terrorist incidents for 30 years. This is certainly the biggest I've ever covered. I think probably the biggest ever. Of course, the heart of it is in New York, is an indication of how serious it is that New York, one of the most populous and thriving cities in the world, is effectively sealed off. No planes, no vehicles are being allowed in. All the tunnels into Manhattan are closed. No trains are being allowed in. It is effectively now sealed off. Here in the heart of D.C. again, although it's not sealed off, every government building is closed down after the attack on the Pentagon. You can see there, it's about 4 miles away from me here, and between me and the Pentagon you've got the Potomac River, and you've got a lot of government buildings, including the White House. It has been confirmed that an aircraft flew into a helicopter that was actually parked right at the side of the Pentagon on the VIP helipad, and then it careered into a corner of the building. That corner of the building collapsed. The Pentagon has been evacuated, though we understand that the war room beneath it, which is secure, is still being manned. You know the layout here, Jeremy. Between me and that smoke lies the White House. We can't actually see it from here. The White House says there has been a credible threat against the White House, so that's been evacuated. Armed policemen, very visibly armed, not just the normal Secret Service men you see, but they're standing there with their weapons on display. No one's being allowed near. We don't know where the president is, and I think this is another indication of how seriously this is being taken. The president was in Florida when he heard, as you've reported several times. He has gone to ground. We do not know where he is. He's very much in control. He's issuing orders, we're told. But the Secret Service have said that until the situation clarifies itself, his whereabouts will not be revealed. It could be that he's in the air. He can, of course, run the country. He can, of course, if he needs to, wage war from Air Force One, which is a jumbo jet which is equipped for him to operate in that fashion. We've been listening here while we've been waiting to talk to you. We can hear fighter jets high in the sky. We can't see them. It's a beautiful day here, an almost blue sky. We can't see those jets, but they are the aircraft that are operating around here at the moment, because National Airport, which is just over my right shoulder there, that is closed down totally. I can see a helicopter across the skyline. In fact, I can see 2 or 3 at the moment moving across the skyline, but the airport is closed there. What aircraft are flying, we're told, are fighter aircraft that have been scrambled from fighter bases in Virginia and Maryland. That's around the capital here, and they are flying to try and ensure that no other aircraft bent on doing harm will be able to get into the Washington, D.C. area. About 200 yards from here is the Capitol building. I'm sure you can see that now. That's been evacuated. There was a report that there'd been a car bomb there. That turns out not to be true. I think there was a considerable amount of panic while people were working out what was going on. If the cameraman can pan around a little bit across the government buildings and all the Capitol buildings, they've all been evacuated, and what you're about to see is the station, the main railway station. Although there are people outside in the forecourt, that has been closed, and we were told that there was a package or something had been found in there within the last hour that could well be a bomb, and so that is closed down. But anyway, trains leaving there had been stopped anyway, because along the eastern seaboard of the United States, things have pretty much ground to a halt, Jeremy.
It is America's worst nightmare, the terror to strike within. They've really only seen it with something like Oklahoma before, and they jumped to the wrong conclusions then. They probably will be more cautious this time.
Yeah, of course, Oklahoma, terrible though it was nothing to compare with this. The Lockerbie bomb, terrible though it was nothing to compare with this. So widespread, so many deaths. I mean, there were maybe, they say, 20,000 people in those towers. Now, a lot of those people would have been evacuated because there was a time lapse between the two aircraft crashing in, and that destroyed the top floors and some of the middle floors, and the buildings collapsing. During that time lapse, people were evacuating the buildings. They were fleeing from the buildings. But undoubtedly, I would have thought that there, in the aircraft that crashed, at the Pentagon, there are probably casualties there, but we don't know. In the aircraft that's crashed near Pittsburgh, obviously the casualties are going to be many hundreds, and it could be many, many thousands. But as I was saying earlier when we were talking, it's an indication that now, over 3 hours, nearly 4 hours since this happened, nobody is really able to get to grips yet with casualties. We're just told, oh, they're enormous. It could be hundreds, it could be thousands. Normally by this time you have a good idea, but there are people who are going to be buried under the Twin Towers rubble for days. And I'm told that the rescuers are having problems getting near the building because they're worried that other buildings nearby, tall buildings, have been destabilized and that they could collapse as well. So even if there are people in there trapped, and there undoubtedly are, the authorities say they're having problems getting near and even starting the task of trying to get to them, Jeremy.
Keith, stay with us for a moment, if you will. We're just going to pop across to New York, Kay.
Certainly are. Local New York TV reporter Tom Lorio from News 12. Tom, are you there for us?
I am.
Tom, talk us through what you can see and what's happening around you.
Well, what I saw is I'm outside of the city right now. I just want to tell you that right now. I had an appointment this morning at 9 o'clock in the city, and I was pulling in about 8:44, when I was pulling in and I was parking my car, I watched a guy look in amazement over my car. Watched him. I said, "What happened?" He said, "Look." And it was when the first plane impacted the building. I stood on the street with everybody else, and people were trying to reach people on their cell phones. People were crying. People were stunned, and they were just in amazement of what they were watching, this big gaping hole in the side of this building. I went upstairs to my appointment, and I said to the person that I was meeting, a plane just crashed into the building, into the World Trade Center. He pulled his blinds up, and about 5 minutes later, we watched the second plane swoop down and crash into the building as well. And we just stood there in amazement, and I went to the street, and there are more and more people coming out of storefronts and apartments, and you could see people on the tops of the buildings, and people were just stunned. It was one of the most frightening things I've ever seen.
Many, many thousands of people work in the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. We've received an email, it would seem, from one of them as it unravelled. We're going to confirm that before we share it with our viewers, but we can certainly see that many, many people were trapped inside the buildings. They are 107, 110 floors high and a major landmark in New York.
Yes. Yes, apparently people were falling out of the building. People were trying to escape any way that they could. And while I didn't see any of that, I see some of the other news reports here, and people were quite terrified.
As we speak to you, we're actually looking at pictures of some of the many thousands of people that would have been trapped inside those buildings. Smoke billowing from every broken window. this would have been the first tower, I think. It was certainly hit higher than the second tower. This happened shortly before 9 o'clock American time this morning. What sort of buildings are the Twin Towers? Who works in them?
Mostly financial people. It's in the financial district of New York City. It's mostly white-collar workers working early in the morning until late at night. And it's shut down most of that part of the city and the entire city as a result. And we're trying, some of my friends and family members have been trying to reach people who work there, and it's been very difficult because one of our major cell phone towers or organizations, Verizon, is there, and all the lines are down. It's almost impossible to get through to people to find out even if they're okay.
And how difficult is it to actually get to Manhattan?
Manhattan is closed down. I was leaving the city. I decided to get out of the city as quickly as I possibly could. And as I was going north, everything was shut down. All the major highways into New York City, all the bridges, all subway systems are shut down. All of our airports are closed all over the country, I think, as a matter of fact.
Tom, as an American, how do you feel about what's happened this morning? Did you ever think in your wildest nightmare that this could have happened?
No, I never did. I mean, in the last few years, over the last 10 years, where there have been more terrorist activity on our soil, yeah, I mean, it's more of a possibility. But you never just think. And what's even more frightening is to think that the World Trade Center was attacked, but so was our Pentagon. And, one happened before the other one, and it's almost as if it's a diversionary tactic to draw attention away from what was going on at the Pentagon at the time. And I guess we'll find out sooner or later what the motivations behind these people who did this were.
Tom, as we talk to you, we can see a second aircraft slamming into the second twin tower of the World Trade Center. We know, certainly confirmed by American Airlines, that there would have been passengers and crew aboard that aircraft, and then shortly afterwards the first tower began to tumble. Some 20 minutes or so after that, the second tower imploded. What would have been going on underneath there, do you think, Tom, on a normal day? What sort of movement of people would there have been at that time, 9 o'clock on a Tuesday morning?
Well, sorry, people would be arriving to work if they weren't there already. There would be street vendors. There would be people walking around, I don't know, cleaning the streets, selling papers, taxi cabs driving by, people getting off the subway. As many things that happen in a city on a daily basis would be happening right then at that moment. And I really don't know, I saw reports of people just fleeing the scene and running.
And we can see those pictures as you so graphically illustrate it for us, Tom. People, absolute confusion, running away from the buildings. We're receiving emails from a person that was actually in the building. As I said, we want to confirm that information before we share it with our viewer. But people didn't know whether to stay in the building where it was safer or come outside where they thought it perhaps could have been safer on the streets. From the pictures that we're looking at, Tom, nowhere would have been safe. We're hearing from the New York mayor that thousands of people could have lost their lives.
Yes,
your comment on that, Tom?
Well, yeah, there was no place that seemed safe at that moment, I think. And what the mass confusion about at the time was that where do you go? Where do you run to? And so I saw a lot of people just sort of fleeing the city going north because it's in the financial district of the city, so which is the southern part of Manhattan. And I think this reports people now of walking across bridges just to get out of the city. That's probably the safest place as far away from that part of the city as you possibly can get.
Tom, for now, thank you.
You're welcome.
We're hearing that there is deep concern about Flight 175, a United Airlines flight from Boston to Los Angeles. That flight is still reported missing. We did comment on that for you on Sky News about half an hour ago. Some suggestions that could have been an aircraft that was involved in the incident. In Washington, we know that there were people aboard that aircraft. It was a passenger aircraft, Boston to LA, Flight 175. It's reported still to be missing. No confirmation as to where that aircraft is. If you have loved ones aboard that flight or you're worried about people who could have been on that flight, it's still reported missing. As soon as we can confirm the whereabouts of that aircraft, of course, we will bring it to you here at Sky News. Jeremy.
Joining us in the studio now is Abdul Bari Atwan, the editor of the London-based Arab newspaper Al Quds. Bari Atwan, thanks for joining us. Now, gather that within the last few weeks you've had communication with Osama bin Laden, and he gave you some impression that a major attack was being planned?
No, he didn't give me this information directly. Actually, we heard from sources around him, actually, that, he is preparing something big against the American interest and American troops in the Middle East or outside. We didn't know, actually, but they said, expect something unprecedented to take place. So we didn't expect something like this to take place in the United States in such large scale. So actually, we cannot say definitely Osama bin Laden is behind that, but it is definitely, it could be the work of Islamic fundamentalist groups, consortium of Islamic fundamentalist groups who are really would like to avenge against the American unjust foreign policies, as they call it. We heard a lot of criticism recently of the American foreign policies. They accuse American of actually siding with Israel. They are supporting the Israeli attacks against the Palestinian. A new American administration refused to intervene and respond positively to the pleas from European, from Middle Eastern moderate leaders to put an end to this war in the Middle East, to these attacks against the Palestinian. But it seems the administration actually gave a deaf ears to these kind of appeals and calls from that. So it could be now, the anti-American sentiments and the Muslim words and the Arab words extremely high because of this. So
stronger than it's been for a long time, are you suggesting?
Yeah, it's for the long time, but recently it reached its peak simply because after these pleas for the American administration to intervene, and the American refused to do so, and after the American pull out of Durban conference against racism and taking the Israeli side, I think this anti-American sentiments reach its top level.
But if there was to be any suggestion that groups like these could be behind this is clearly a very well-planned and very wide-scale terrorist assault that would take a lot of organisation, a lot of planning over a long period of time. Presumably there are very few groups really capable of an operation of this size.
Well, actually, I would like to remind you, Islamic groups were behind the bombing of Nairobi and Dar es Salaam, American embassies in Nairobi and Dar es Salaam. It takes a lot of planning. And also the same groups actually attacked the American destroyer Cole in the seaport of Aden. And it takes a lot of planning. It takes a year of planning, as we heard and reported in our newspaper. So I'm not surprised if they are doing so, because most of the recruits of Islamic fundamentalist group usually educated in the West and the United States in particular. And I'm not surprised if some of them were trained as a pilot or architect, engineer. So, they have the capabilities, or some of them at least have the capabilities. And I don't believe you need a lot of people to do these kind of things. Maybe 10 or 15 people, they are capable to do that if they are well trained and they plan their act very well. So we don't know, actually. We cannot say, but, maybe we will surprise in a day or two, for example, and different organizations, non-Islamic organizations do these kind of things. But who is always using a suicidal attackers to attack their enemies? It is usually the Islamic fundamentalists, because they believe they are martyrs and they will go to paradise, and they are really willing to die for their cause.
Barry Atwood, just stay with us a minute. Kay has some breaking news.
Prime Minister's arrived back at Downing Street within the last few minutes. He's now in charge of Operation Cobra. It involves ministers who will decide the best course of action as far as the United Kingdom is concerned. We know that within the last minute or so, the Conservative Party has put back the announcement of its new leader. It should have been announced at 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. That has been put back by at least 24 hours. We were just debating here in the studio about the responsibility for the devastation that you can see in front of you. No one has yet claimed responsibility, but the devastation is obvious. The effect is immense, not only in New York but also in Washington, where our correspondent Keith Graves is waiting to speak to us. Keith, hello. We know that at least 3 aircraft have hit the ground, probably 4. Some reports that others are still in the air. Fighter aircraft are in the air as well around the capital. Bring us up to date on the latest.
Yeah, there's certainly fighter aircraft in the air. We keep hearing them. We can't see them. We're told that they are circulating around Washington, D.C., to ensure that no aircraft that may still be flying, despite the fact that all aircraft over the whole of the United States have been ordered to land and should have done so by now. We were hearing fighter aircraft. What we are seeing are the odd helicopter over towards the White House and over towards the Pentagon. You can see the smoke rising from the Pentagon. I think we need to start thinking, although we don't even have an idea of casualties yet, of what American retaliation is going to be. The Pentagon has been evacuated, but it's a safe bet that in the basement there, where they have a war room, they will be waiting to hear from the President to discuss a response.
Keith, we're just hearing that all America's borders have also been closed. We have reported on Sky News that no aircraft are allowed to take off or land in America. All aircraft on their way to America have been diverted to Canada. Now the land borders have been closed as well. Where's the President?
Yeah, those two land borders, there are two land borders. There is the land border with Mexico, which is about over 2,000 miles long, and there's the land border to the north with Canada. That border has been used before by Islamic extremists, would-be terrorists, to try and get into the United States. It's thought that some did get in over the last couple of years. Some were picked up on that very border. That's a border which is very close to 3 miles long in the north. To the north with Canada. Those two, as you were saying, have now been closed. And so again, it's another of those indications we keep getting of how serious this situation is, that America is now sealed off. Nothing allowed in, no people allowed in, and no people are being allowed out either. The whole area is sealed off. We don't know where the President is. He was in Florida. He was told, as you've been reporting, of the first aircraft that flew into one of the World Trade Center towers. The Secret Service say that until the situation is clarified, they will not be revealing his whereabouts. There is speculation that he may either be in the air or on the ground somewhere on Air Force One, because that is a complete control center. He can run this country, he can take decisions, he can even run wars from the aircraft. It was designed and built to operate during the Cold War, when maybe there might be a nuclear attack, and so he can operate from there. I think he's probably on the aircraft. We don't know where he is, and we don't know where he's going. What
Chris,
I think is...
I'm sorry,
Kate,
Keith, I just wanted to ask you, in 30 seconds, almost about to leave you, but just how important is it, or how devastating is it, that the Pentagon has been hit?
I think it's absolutely devastating. Everybody in Washington and the world can see that.
Seeing an incredulous horror this afternoon as these events have unfolded in the United States. Whoever has committed these atrocities has committed a monstrous act of war against the civilized world. And of course the thoughts of all of us in Britain are with the families of the people who have been injured or killed, and of course they could be huge in number. Britain must, and I am sure will, stand shoulder to shoulder with the United States of America and peaceful nations across the world in deploying every possible resource to bring to justice the people responsible and to make sure that terrorism never prevails. In the light of these events and in consultation with the candidates for the party leadership and the returning officer, I have decided to cancel the party meeting that was scheduled to take place tomorrow to greet the new party leader as a mark of respect for those who have lost their lives. And as an additional mark of respect, I have decided, again in consultation with those people, to postpone the counting of the votes in the leadership election for 24 hours. So that will not take place tomorrow, and the result will be announced by a simple statement on Thursday. Thank you very much.
William Hague there, the leader of the opposition, was to have been for only one more day, but it will be for a couple of days now, just expressing his sympathy with the Americans, saying that it's a monstrous act of war against the civilized world and Britain must stand shoulder to shoulder with the United States. And, of course, confirming what we'd heard earlier here live on Sky News, that the postponement of the counting of the Tory leadership election will be for one day, so that will now take place on Thursday, all being well, rather than tomorrow, as had been expected. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister himself, with COBRA, the Civil Emergency Planning Committee, that's senior civil servants and ministers, are currently meeting close to Downing Street. Keith Graves still with us in Washington. Keith, the impact across the United States, it's very difficult to sum up at this early stage, but it is going to send massive shockwaves throughout 270 million people.
Absolutely, Jeremy. You've lived here. You know what it's like here. It's a very relaxed and open society. They have had terrorist attacks here. Of course, one of the worst in Oklahoma City was an American, Timothy McVeigh. Wasn't an outside terrorist attack. He was executed a couple of months ago. There was a previous attack on the World Trade Center, which now no longer exists after today. But largely America has been insulated. You know, the sort of security measures that you get in the Middle East and indeed in Europe and in most parts of the world when, for example, you're getting on aeroplanes never existed here. You could buy a ticket on the aeroplane. You could buy a ticket as you were getting on it. I think life as Americans know it, it's not too dramatic to say that life as Americans know it is going to change dramatically now and will never be quite the same again after the horror of what's happened this morning.
Catastrophic indeed. Keith, for the moment, many thanks.
Well, that attack happened at the very height of rush hour. Tens of thousands of people would have been in the lower Manhattan area when those planes hit the World Trade Center. A local police chief has been speaking about the difficulty the emergency services had evacuating the area.
First of all, Chief, do we have any idea of how many people are in there?
We have no idea. Now, as you know, it was pretty much rush hour time that this took place this morning, so the numbers we don't know yet. We tried to get almost everybody out that we could early on.
After the first two crashes, when the planes hit the building, there was roughly about, I would say, what, an hour and 15 minutes between that and the point where the South Tower collapsed.
Give or take. Yeah.
How many people you were able to get out? Do you have any idea?
We don't know. We tried to do a floor-by-floor search. New York City Police, the Fire Department, Port Authority Police, best they could, tried to get everybody out. But as you know, there were people still coming out after that building came down.
Pretty vivid account there from New York City, from the local Port Authority police chief. Again, there's the picture of the top of the World Trade Center. One of the Twin Towers, the other already gone, and that was before it collapsed. There's the scene live now in New York. You can see in the foreground the World Trade Center building. Let's just turn back to our studio guest at the moment. That's Abdul Bari Atwan, who's editor of the London-based Arab newspaper Al Quds. Bari Atwan, you were saying earlier that it could possibly be the work of Middle Eastern groups, Islamic groups. You feel that they were building to a peak of opposition to the United States. Just try, I mean, if they were to be behind it, and it is supposition at the moment, just try and describe for us what is going through the minds of these people. What is so offensive to them that they would attack America in its own backyard if that was to be the case?
Actually, there are many reasons behind this hatred toward the American policies and American interests. First, you know, several Muslim countries are under American sanction. There is a feeling among those Islamists that American and the West targeting Muslim countries and imposing sanction on them. When it comes to Israel, nothing like that happened. All the West side with Israel because of the guilt feeling they are suffering since the Holocaust. Second thing, there is a country like Iraq is attacked every day by the American and the British warplanes, you know, simply to preserve so-called no-fly zone in the north and south of Iraq, which is there is no mandate from United Nations for this. Third thing, you know, the American and the Western policy which siding with the Israelis. They can see the Israeli now elected a radical foreign minister, Prime Minister Ariel Sharon, who was condemned of committing massacres against Palestinians in 1982 in Beirut, and he is sending his even in his tanks and missiles and Apache helicopters and even F-16 warplanes to attack Palestinians. And until now, more than 550 Palestinians were killed and about 15,000 were injured. So they are pleading for the international community, the American, which is the sponsor of the peace process, to intervene. This is the main ally of Israel, to put an end to it. So,
indeed. People are going to say, though, how on earth could any of that justify what these pictures if they're behind it?
No, it doesn't justify it. No, definitely, this is an appalling thing. This is a horrible thing. It is condemned. It is terrorist attacks. Nobody questioned that in the Middle East or outside the Middle East. But, you know, you have radical people. You know, the United States and Western government embarrassed the moderate Arab regimes and moderate Arab people when they actually did not intervene for the last 12 months to put an end to this Israeli violence against the Palestinians. Israel is a superpower. The Palestinians got no anti-aircraft anti-aircraft missiles, no weapons, nothing at all, just stones. So it is unfair confrontation. So people in the Muslim world, in the Arab world, expecting the American, which is the police of the world, the superpower, to intervene, to put an end, to actually help the moderate, and to marginalize those radicals. But the American didn't listen, and this is the outcome.
But the outcome may be reprisal rather than concession. It is hard to imagine that America will sit down at a table with the people responsible for these acts of terrorism and talk to them rationally after this. I mean, it is... most of the defence experts obviously think there could be reprisals, revenge, and that will only escalate the violence.
You know, I don't want to be the devil advocate,
no.
but you know, they already lost the American. They already, you know, many people in the Muslim world and the Middle East believe that the American already made up their mind to side with Israel, whether it is right or wrong. And recently they saw the American administration pulling out of the racism conference in Durban, taking the Israeli side. They don't want even the Israeli to condemn with rhetorically, you know, by the final communique, simply because they want to protect the Israeli. They want actually to take their side. America was the only one who sided with the Israeli in that conference. European stayed, and in the end we had a very moderate communique. So this is the problem. This kind of policies helps radicals. Now, in the Middle East and the Muslim world, we have the radical got the upper hand, the extremists got the upper hand, and the moderate, who were prevailing for the last 10 years or so, you know, got the lower hand, and they are really marginalized. It is devastating, not for the West and for the America, also for the Middle East itself. It is the most sensitive area in the world. It has the 2/3 of our reserves in such, you know, recession. So we need stability there for the Middle East and for the world. But this stupid American foreign policies causing us problems and causing the American problems. If there is a just one, there was a peace process, it should be helped, it should be promoted, and to say to the Israeli, look, this is the last occupation on earth. In this occupation, establish a Palestinian state. Let us fight radicalism by a final and just solution. It didn't happen, and I'm afraid it's affecting everybody in the Middle East and in the West, which is shameful.
Barry Atwood, thank you very much for the moment, for shedding light on what may have driven today's actions. That's sure we'll find out more as the hours go by. Indeed so. You're watching Sky News live at 5. Unknown terrorists bent on destruction have devastated buildings and life on the northeastern seaboard of America. Paul Brennan reports.
It's a disaster almost beyond comprehension. The first aircraft impacted the World Trade Center just before 9 a.m. local time as workers in New York's financial district were arriving for work. Then, 18 minutes later, as emergency services scrambled to save those trapped 100 floors above, a second jet swooped down and headed straight for the second tower, impacting in a huge fireball. The explosion was captured live on television. Thoughts of a tragic accident vanished as it became obvious that the World Trade Center was under terrorist attack.
Everything just all of a sudden just imploded. I ran as fast as I could, went inside of a building about a block away. I stood in the building for a couple of seconds, and then all of a sudden the building started filling up with smoke.
A big explosion happened. Some guy came out, his skin was all off. I helped him out. This is him all over.
The US president gave a shocked news conference within half an hour of the disaster.
Today we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country. I have spoken to the Vice President, to the Governor of New York, to the Director of the FBI, and have ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families, and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and to find those folks who committed this act.
Some 25,000 people work in the World Trade Center. There are no firm details yet of the casualties within. But even worse, it seems the 2 aircraft were passenger jets hijacked in mid-air after taking off from Boston, ordered on a suicide mission. With America still reeling from the shock, another passenger jet was deliberately crashed against the Pentagon in Washington, the heart of America's military organization, causing a huge explosion. The White House has been evacuated. All flights have been grounded within America. Reports of a 4th hijacked aircraft en route to Washington have caused panic in the seat of government. Fighter planes are now patrolling the skies. In New York, just as survivors thought the catastrophe could not possibly worsen, an hour after the first impact, one of the towers collapsed in huge clouds of ash and rubble. 20 minutes later, with flames and smoke pouring out of the upper floors, the second tower gave way. The landscape of New York has been changed forever. The landscape of the American psyche has been irreparably scarred. Paul Brennan, Sky News.
Don't forget, the United States has sealed all its land borders now and also grounded all planes. Here's a Foreign and Commonwealth Office number in the UK for anybody who is concerned about those in the United States who may have been involved or may have been close to this. If you need to check, try that Foreign and Commonwealth Office number. And it is, of course, a London number, so those calling from inside Britain, it's 020 700 8000, 020 700 8000 for the Foreign Commonwealth Office. And just to bring you right up to date, George W. Bush, the President of the United States, will be making a statement live from Barksdale Air Force Base in the southern state of Louisiana. Very shortly, we will bring you that live on Sky News as soon as we can. And we have a statement from the United States Ambassador here, William S. Farish. Today's events in the United States shocked and horrified decent people everywhere. President Bush spoke for all of us when he said, "Today we've had a national tragedy." We will bring you more on that and President George W. Bush live from Louisiana very shortly. Kay.
Terrorists have left that devastation in their wake in New York today. The Prime Minister should have been speaking at the Trades Union Congress meeting. Instead, he headed straight back to Downing Street to meet with his senior ministers. Our man Paul Bromley is at Downing Street. Paul, what will they be discussing and what exactly will happen from here on in, do you think?
The Prime Minister is now ensconced with his senior ministers, including the Home Secretary David Blunkett and the Foreign Secretary Jack Straw, at the emergency civil planning meeting known within Whitehall as COBRA. That immediately went into session after the attacks took place in America, with officials while the Prime Minister returned from the Trades Union Congress in Brighton. He was due to speak to trade unionists about government plans for the private sector involvement in the public sector. He cancelled that speech. Instead, he made a short statement to the trade unionists in which he talked about his shock at these terrible events. He pledged that he would eradicate this evil from the world, described the perpetrators as fanatics, and offered his deepest condolences to President Bush and the American people. He has since returned to Downing Street. Is holding this meeting where they will discuss what further security measures can be taken in the United Kingdom. Some action has already been taken. The state of readiness within the government and military installations has already been increased. All diplomatic missions overseas, the security rating has been increased to its highest levels, and all British citizens currently overseas have been advised by the Foreign Office to take great care. So the Prime Minister will now be meeting with his ministers to discuss what further action should be taken in this country, as well as having further contact with America. The Prime Minister, we understand, hasn't yet been able to speak directly with President Bush.
What have we heard from the Conservatives?
William Hague has described it as a monstrous act of war against the civilised world, and in a gesture which I think will be seen as an act of statesmanship in the last days of his leadership of the Conservative Party, has announced that the result of the ballot to elect his successor will be postponed for 24 hours. That result was due to take place at 5 o'clock tomorrow. Mr Hague has announced that the party meeting that was there to greet the new leader has been cancelled. Counting has been delayed by 24 hours, and instead there will be a simple statement issued on Thursday to announce the result of that leadership ballot. That, I think, will be seen as a typical gesture of William Hague, and also that there is really no place at this time for internal party politics and rivalries between various politicians. They all want to unite in offering their sympathies to those who've died in America.
We're hearing reports, Paul, thank you, of Palestinians in the occupied West Bank and gunmen at refugee camps in Lebanon firing into the air to celebrate the news of the attacks. We're also hearing from hospitals in New York, the men on the ground who are trying to deal with this situation. A doctor in Greenwich Village said hundreds of people are burned from head to toe. The whole of Lower Manhattan is coated in half an inch of dust.
Let's get a couple of different views now on the aviation and terror aspects of this. In the studio here is Philip Baum, who is from the magazine Aviation Security International. He's been with us before, Philip. And on the line from Manchester, Chris Yates, an aviation and terrorism expert. Chris, if I can bring you in first, I suppose if you're going to commit acts of terror, you go for potent symbols to an extent. An element of theatre. Chris, there is no more potent symbol than the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center or the Pentagon, I suppose.
As you say, no more potent symbols than those two buildings. They epitomise, I guess, US, in the minds of international terrorists, US imperialism.
Philip Baum here in the studio. This is going to, presumably, in aviation security terms, cause a global rethink.
Well, absolutely. September the 11th, 2001 is going to go down in history for many reasons, and certainly in the United States especially there's going to be a major rethink. It's been said many times that domestic aviation security in the USA is not the same as the international security measures in place, and there's going to be a major rethink on that side. But I think this is really the nightmare scenario, the worst case scenario. Aircraft being hijacked and flown into densely populated areas, albeit that they're also symbols of the United States.
We'd seen car bombs before around the world. We've seen it in Ireland, we've seen it in the Middle East. That presumably have become a more and more difficult way of committing a terrorist act. Had many terrorism experts actually had that mind leap to the suicide bomber in the air?
Well, certainly the fact that there have been suicide attacks carried out, especially in the Middle East. In Israel over the past year there have been all too many suicide attacks on our screens, and it's not surprising, especially in the week after the UN conference in Durban, that an attack should take place in the United States. The USA's had to get used, certainly the latter part of the last century, to terrorist acts taking place on US soil, but they hadn't yet managed to increase security measures at the airports. I'm not casting blame at this stage. I think it's much too early to blame the American authorities, but there's certainly going to be a major rethink.
Nobody could have imagined those pictures of a plane going in. That's Kay, do you want to pick up? I think we've got some new pictures in.
Yep. They're just reaching us here at Sky Centre. The pictures you saw a couple of moments ago were the initial impact of those two American airline crash. This is as one of the Twin Towers collapses. Pictures just in here at Sky Centre. The loss of life will be immense.
Midnight in downtown Manhattan.
Let's just bring in... Oh, sorry.
This will have been an eyewitness at the scene from our colleagues at Fox News. Let's check it out.
So they come and open up the doors, and then we were able to finally head down. But then there were other doors that were locked, so we were brought into another floor when there was another explosion, and they finally let us continue to go down.
And your clothes are in shreds, and you still got debris in your hair. Is that what happened to your colleagues, and how were they?
I have a rim, which that's how we've been able to keep contact with one another. And I had my one of my male co-workers contact me when I was in the hospital and asked me and told me that he's with the entire team. Where am I? And I told him I was at the hospital, so everybody is doing okay.
How are people feeling, and could you see anything? Was there smoke all around you?
Well, when we got down to the bottom floor, we thought we were okay, and then there was a collapse. We don't know what collapsed. There was a collapse of something. The police and fire department told us to go run to the wall and don't look outside. Next thing we know, billowing black smoke just came in, and I mean, it went down my mouth, up my nose, all over the place, and people were hysterical at that time. You couldn't see anybody. You could barely see the lights of the flashlights that were downstairs. But eventually, I think they broke a plate glass window to Borders.
They were breaking glass to try and get out?
To try to get out to Borders bookstore, and we went through down their escalator and then up another escalator to come out, and that's how we finally got out of the office.
Okay. I'll let you go. Thank you very much for stopping. And John, we are hearing a lot of victims.
We're just hearing the latest eyewitness reports there from the street in New York, the streets around those Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. And let's just tell you that President George W. Bush, we're expecting to hear from him live fairly shortly, but he has said that freedom itself was attacked. Freedom will be protected. He says that he's taking all appropriate security precautions to protect Americans, and the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible. Well, whilst he says that, let's talk to terrorism expert Chris Yates, who's joining us again from Manchester. Chris Yates, easier said than done, I would imagine.
Yes, I think perhaps it is easier said than done at this stage. We discussed earlier that quite probably a great number of terror groups are going to come out of the woodwork eventually and claim some role, some part in what has happened in the United States. And I think it's going to be down to the intelligence communities to sift through all of that information and come up with a definitive answer as to whom or which organisation that might have been. But I think amongst the possible perpetrators of this attack, at the very top of that list must be Osama bin Laden.
But the United States has have had Osama bin Laden at the top of their most wanted international list for many years without being able to do anything against him, it appears, in substantial terms. Why do they think they're going to change that now?
You know, the United States, if we cast our minds back not that long ago, carried out a number of missile attacks on Afghanistan in retaliation for attacks at the US embassies in Africa. It was thought at that time that Osama bin Laden was behind those African embassy attacks, and hence the reason the United States struck back. I would suggest to you that it's probably too far in advance at this moment to suggest that precisely the same thing will follow. But if, and it has to be a big if at this moment, it has something to do with bin Laden and his group of terrorists, then I think we will probably see a US strike at some point.
As we see these pictures from earlier of one of the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center collapsing, what could only be seen as scenes like urban avalanche, really, where concrete, glass, metal crashing to the ground from hundreds of feet above, and with the downdraft of those clouds of debris rushing up the canyons of New York City streets and driving the people away from that scene. Many of them, as you heard from earlier eyewitnesses, choking with the smoke, choking with the dust that have been driven out. Many of them, of course, caught with the debris that would have come down on them, something like shrapnel from that height above. At the moment, still no certainty about the number of casualties, but earlier, Mayor Giuliani, the New York mayor, had talked about a tremendous number of casualties. Kay.
Macabre mirroring of a Hollywood movie, really. You were mentioning there the New York mayor. He said many tens of thousands of people will certainly have been injured. We're hearing from doctors at Greenwich Village, which is very close to the World Trade Center, that almost certainly many hundreds of people will have lost their lives. We're just hearing that a plane carrying Prince Andrew was on its way to the United States. He was heading to Atlanta and then on to New York, but the plane turned around in midair and has now brought Prince Andrew back to the United Kingdom. We've heard from President Bush within the last few moments. He's at Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana. He was in Florida when the attacks happened on the northeastern corner of the eastern seaboard. He says that US military on high alert at home and overseas. He said that he's taken steps to ensure the functioning of the US government. He said that freedom itself was attacked. Freedom will be protected. He said he'd taken all appropriate security precautions to protect Americans and that he will hunt down and punish those responsible for this sort of devastation in America today. This is one of the World Trade Center twin towers. As you'll know, both towers have now collapsed. It took something like 60 minutes for the first one to collapse, and you saw there many people waving from the floors of that 110-story building. Moments later, that happened. The tower completely collapsed. 10,000 people would have been in that tower when the aircraft smashed into the side of it at just after 9 o'clock this morning. Moments later, in fact, that is the same tower, but moments later, the second tower collapsed. Again, 10,000 people would have been inside that tower when it collapsed, imploded on itself in a fireball. Many, many hundreds of people will have lost their lives in New York today.
As the United States tries to calculate the damage and recover from the shock, no doubt investigation teams will already be searching for, and in the words of George W. Bush, hunting down the perpetrators. An interesting statement to just come out of Gaza here in the Middle East. The spiritual leader of the Islamic militant group Hamas has denied that Hamas had any connection with the attacks that destroyed the World Trade Center towers in New York. Sheikh Ahmed Yassin has told reporters in Gaza City, "We in Hamas, our battle is on the Palestinian land. We are not ready to move our battle out of the occupied Palestinian territories," which is...
Jeremy, we're just looking at those pictures, perhaps worth looking at them again. Those pictures were the first indication that we had here at Sky News that the attacks on the World Trade Center were anything other than an accident. First reports here at Sky News had suggested that there had been an aircraft which had collided with the North Tower of the Twin Towers. We took those pictures live as soon as we could here at Sky News. And as I was explaining to viewers what had happened, almost unbelievably, a second aircraft flew into the shot. As you can see from these pictures, we thought that it was going to veer to the left of your picture. Instead, it veered to the right and smashed right through the centre of that tower. Within an hour, it had completely collapsed.
Let's just bring in Philip Baum from Aviation Security International. Philip, you've trained onboard security on TWA and so on. Really, when a terrorist wants to do something like this, there's precious little you can do about it for all the security in the end, isn't there?
Well, once they've got through the security at the airport, there's definitely very little that somebody can do. You can have this closed cockpit door policy, but that's simply a delaying technique rather than an active preventative measure. What's interesting, though, I think, is the fact that America has been targeted before. What the difference is this time is that we're talking about flights that have departed from US airports. It was back in 1995 when there was the Bojinga plot to actually blow up 12 or possibly even more US aircraft on one single day en route across the Pacific to the USA. On that occasion, intelligence worked. It was successful in basically preventing the attack. More recently, there has been, in fact, just on the eve of the new millennium, an attempt to place a bomb at Los Angeles airport. But this is just something on a totally different scale, and it's certainly going to see a major change in attitudes towards aviation security domestically in the USA. We've spoken a little bit about civil liberties, and America stands for civil liberties, but some of the measures that are in place, for example, you go to a US airport and you don't have to be a passenger to access the gate areas. Anybody can go to the gate areas, albeit through screening, but certainly that's one of the measures that I would imagine people would now be thinking, well, maybe that civil liberty has gone too far.
Francis Chusa is also with us. Francis, we're hearing from President Bush. He's at Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana, well away from the troubles on the northeastern seaboard. He says he will hunt down and punish those responsible for this devastation today. That, I assume, would be an understatement.
Well, the United States has always sought revenge, whatever you want to call, for terrorist attacks against their personnel and property anywhere in the world, and this is no exception. The only question is, what would be, in American terms at least, proportionate retaliation for this type of event? Trying to find out also who did it. Yes, OK, at the moment, the finger of responsibility seems to be being pushed towards Osama bin Laden, the Saudi dissident, who's hiding out in Afghanistan. Now, after the bombings of Dar es Salaam and Nairobi and in Tanzania last 2 years ago, there was then a series of cruise missile strikes against Osama bin Laden and his bases. But it was very much stand away, don't sort of, there were thoughts of would they send commandos into Afghanistan. I think the United States is going to have to work out this time whether it can do this standoff strike, or whether it actually has to almost take more risks by getting very personal, and if it is Osama bin Laden, going after him directly with combat aircraft, potentially with troops, to really show they mean business, and in which case you're going to then have to do things like threaten states like Pakistan and Iran, saying we are out to get our retaliation. Anyone who tries to stop us will be regarded in the same respect as an enemy of the United States. And I think you would see in George W. Bush someone who is going to brook absolutely no interference with the retaliatory procedure.
We're hearing that blood supplies are running out in Greenwich Village, one of the hospitals trying to do its best to cope with the injured. And also, of course, Manhattan is more or less sealed off, so that the likelihood of being able to get more blood supplies to those who have been injured is somewhat remote. Francis, what support can the American state expect from Britain and indeed the rest of Europe?
Certainly, if you were to look at the British possibilities to help the United States, intelligence gathering first, trying to narrow down and confirm, as it were, beyond all reasonable doubt, who did this. Bear in mind we have British listening facilities in Cyprus who are able to intercept radio and phone conversations through much of the Middle East. I have a little doubt that the CIA and others will be asking the British authorities on Cyprus and at the Ministry of Defence here in London for access to anything that can help them from Middle East signals. Should they require base support? Should they require anything like that? I suspect with still, despite the differences between the personalities, the special relationship, Britain will grant the United States basically anything it can. And I think you will get the same response from anyone in Europe. If a request goes to the French intelligence service for any help they've got, I suspect they will provide it without blinking an eyelid. And of course, I have little doubt the Israeli security services will be on the phone, again, offering any help they can give. At a time like this, all the sort of Western agencies will be pulling together.
How swift a response do you think there will be from America?
America won't want to leave it, for the sake of argument, weeks and months. They will want to be seen to be getting their response in as quickly as possible, but without jumping the gun. They will want to have proof which they can present to the world. People will always doubt whether it's good enough, but they will want to have narrowed down the options, say, we've detected the following signals, we have identified personnel who boarded the aircraft through, let's say, the closed-circuit televisions of places like Boston and the Washington airports, we have identified these people as connected with whatever group, we now have the proof, and we are now taking the retaliation. And as I say, the worrying one is, if you were to take these set of strikes as basically a strange military declaration of war against the United States, theoretically, if you were to then look for the retaliation and response, I would not rule out the use of any weapon in the United States arsenal to achieve retaliation.
Francis Chusa, thank you.
You're watching Sky News on the 11th of September 2001. It is 6 o'clock. You join us here on Sky News with extraordinary scenes unfolding in the United States. The worst terrorist attack in modern history. 2 hijacked planes crashed into and destroyed the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in New York at the start of the working day. Up to 50,000 people are employed in the buildings. A 3rd plane hit the Pentagon, and a commercial plane has gone down near Pittsburgh. Several jets are said to be unaccounted for. The loss of life has been described as tremendous. President George W. Bush has promised to hunt down and punish those responsible.